What's happening, everybody? I'm going to go ahead and put the StreamYard link in here. Just give me 1 second. Share, invite. There's a link if anybody would like to join. Well, it's another Monday night. Yeah. Dr. Art is usually live on Monday nights. He called me and said he's got a lot going on. He's still a little bit under the weather, and said he would join here in a little bit. So this is not actually Jeff from Two Hacks. This is just not Dr. Art. We'll just go with that one. Just wanted to say, yep, it is Monday night. It has absolutely felt like a Monday here in the lovely state of Illinois, and not too bad of weather. Going to expect a little range. So if anybody wants to hop on, let's see, Travis is there. I am. If I screw up, just like throw something in the chat so I can fix that. Travis Mopar slash Ford Garage. We have another Mopar slash Ford brother out here.
Yeah, I'm finishing my dinner, so that's why I got my
Okay.
camera off. No one wants to watch me eat.
I know I scheduled this for 7:30, but I just wanted to make sure all my junk worked here. NSB, hello. Mopar Den, Buff's Garage, Travis, Jason. I see you saw what I threw into your post on Throbert Hot Dickens. But kind of give you a little bit of thing. Like I'm working off this super old laptop, and I can't use my laptop for video, so I have to use my phone for that. Allow myself in the studio, and then turn the camera off on my laptop. If that makes sense. I hate
Oh
technology.
wow.
I know.
Well, I want to give a shout out to Jason. I got your package today with my T-shirt and stickers and the book.
Nice, 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 nice.
That was awesome. What's
But
up today, Jeff?
I just worked all day today, trying to find parts. Just trying to find some tracking on some parts. Automotive Carnage. That guy is. If you want to see some cool Australian stuff going on, go check that out. This guy is like, he just does everything. He finds parts, he builds stuff. It is just absolutely awesome. And there's Jay from Rabbit Transit. How's that going? I know right now Mopar Al has a live going on, but Dr. Art also does his at the same time. So I figured I'll just keep that tradition going on and take care of
Doctor,
this.
feeling under the weather tonight?
Yeah, and he's got a lot of work stuff going on. He is just absolutely buried. So I told him I would fill in for his big tall shoes on that one. And yeah, so my Monday was work, a little bit of yard work, looking for parts, and talked to Ruben from Muscle City Madness on the phone for a little bit. He's a really cool guy. And yeah, it's just been another Monday, and I am really itching to get this car going and just waiting on a few things. Jeray Racing, but I see Jeray Racing, the dad, created a channel, and which is actually pretty neat. I have absolutely no idea. Let me try to figure something out here real quick. Um, let's see here. Um, nope, that's not it. I'm gonna look for something real quick.
I just worked on Mighty Mouse all day today.
Yeah,
Got the seat done. I can't figure out how to time the 302 though. I can't find the timing marks on the 302.
oh, that's not good. Tell
No, and I
everybody
used
what
to
you
be.
had. Tell everyone what you had going on with um your
Red.
440. Yeah.
Well, I was leaving. I was leaving the uh, tax office, with the new tags for Mighty Mouse. I got up to the light there and oil pressure just fell off. So I whipped into the O'Reilly's right there and checked the oil. I had plenty of oil in it, but it wouldn't get any oil pressure. So I get it home. I pulled the oil pump off of it the next day, and the bypass valve, it's got some gunk in it, and it was scarred up a little bit. You know, it had scratches and whatnot on it.
Yeah.
So I cleaned everything up, put it back together, put it back on the truck. Still no oil pressure. So a buddy of mine, he has a bunch of big block stuff. He says, "Well, I have a new oil pump in the box." He says, "I'll let you put it on there and see if you get oil pressure." I was like, "Cool, awesome."
Huh.
So it's a high volume pump, not a high pressure pump, but a high volume pump.
Yeah.
And I put it on there, oil pressure almost right away. Bam. And it's doing good. It's not making any noise, and it gets up to about 150 degrees, and then starts sounding like a lawnmower. Tick, 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 tick.
Oh, that's not good.
So I got my stethoscope out and got to listen around on the bottom of the motor, and sure enough, it's either 7 or 8 rod bearing got hurt. It's knocking.
Oh. Yeah, that's definitely not good.
So now I'm gonna go ahead and just do a simple rebuild on it. Probably put flat top pistons in it. Keep the same stroke and everything, because it's a. Hold on a second. My daughter's having some issues. But it's a 6-pack rods and crank engine.
Oh.
They did that with the RVs up to 74. After that, they're all cast. So I'm just gonna leave it like that. Put some flat top pistons in it. And Ruben contacted me from Muscle Car Garage, and he's going to be sending me some 906 heads for the 440.
Nice.
So I thought that was really awesome of him.
That is awesome.
I'll do a little light porting on them, clean them up a little bit, and put the truck back together with just a standard rebuild kit. Put new bearings in it, have it cleaned up.
I am going to be getting my 383 and 440 cranks delivered to my house here pretty soon, because I'm going to do a low deck stroker. And our machine shops are really backed up. Now, I do have that machinist friend that I do everything on that type of stuff. However, he doesn't do cranks. And the problem right now is, like, they're really far out, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 weeks. So what I'm going to do once I get that 383 is I'm going to tear it down, see what it needs, but I'm going to take the 440 crank, because I got to get it ground down to the 383 journal size. And so I'm going to do a low deck. Oh, hey, sorry, Jason. I'm going to do that low deck stroker. I'm trying to let you in here, buddy. Hey, I had to stream. Come on, let him in there. There he is.
Look familiar, Jason?
Nice. Yeah, you got your stuff.
Yeah, I got it today.
Good. Art got his too.
Yeah.
I put a link in the chat, and hey, what's going on, Ken? I put a link in the chat, and it's a link to Automotive Carnage, our Australian brother from down under.
Okay.
So if you get a chance to check him out, the guy's really resourceful and everything, and it's just neat to see people do different things than we do here in America.
Okay. Yeah, I see him there.
Raker?
What's up, Raker? I was over on Mike's Mischief. He's live right now. And they had a list up of all the people that are racing for the 500 and all the people that are in the race and everything. And my name's not on the list. was like, they don't want me there.
They don't want you there,
They're
buddy.
like, no, not
Like,
this
no,
guy.
not this guy. We're gonna have to have some talks.
Yeah, no, it's fine. It's fine. I know they got a lot of shit going on, so it was just hilarious. I was like, huh, guess his name's not on the list.
Yes, and I'm gonna. So there's a lot of there's a lot of channels out there, and I'm gonna put a link out here. The guy hasn't really made any like recent content. He did finally start hashtagging no name. I don't know him that well. I talked to him on the phone, but he's like this Pontiac genius, and he knows his stuff when it comes to engine building, porting, polishing, all the intricate
sweet.
stuff. And
Yeah, Pontiac guys are hard
they're
to find
hardcore
nowadays, but
I
they are
know.
hardcore.
So I'm gonna put a link in there too if you guys want to ever check him out. Like I said, he hasn't made a lot of content.
All my shit off there.
He's been around for a while, but he does some really cool Pontiac stuff, and he's advised
Sweet.
me a lot on some different stuff. So I'll put a link in there too. Jason, how was your day?
Wasn't bad. Hunter's leaving in the morning to move to Wyoming, so came
Nice.
home and trying to help him out. I'm trying to take at least the morning off tomorrow, and his mom works at night, so we'll send him off in the morning. My baby's leaving. Yeah,
That's got to be tough, man.
yeah,
It's got to be tough.
I'll be a ball of nerves for the next couple of days till he gets there.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
hopefully nothing catastrophic happens. That's all I worry about.
I know. Like my daughter's going to be 17 in 8 days, right? And it's like she keeps on talking about college, and it's obviously nothing anywhere close to here.
Right. Yeah.
And I always, I want her to branch off into the world, but I also know how the world is, and I also know how my daughter is, very smart. But at the same time, it's kind of like, hey, your dad can't change your oil from 500 miles.
Right, right.
Or,
That's
hey, there's a whole lot of stuff you got to learn in life, like the basics and really get it down. It's not like, oh,
luckily,
crap, I don't have any food.
Yeah. Luckily, I had 3 girls and a boy, and he's pretty resourceful. Like, I'm not really worried about him taking care of himself. It's just the in-between shit. It's like, he's only 20, and it's like, and the girls are all, my one daughter still lives here. Actually, they're all upstairs right now. He's telling him bye, but yeah, it's been a weird day, but
it has been.
Work-wise, wasn't bad. We really didn't have shit to do. It was kind of interesting.
Yeah, it is definitely a Monday. I can tell you that much.
For sure, Monday.
Yeah.
It's been one of those.
Weather
Mondays.
was decent. We got storms moving in tonight, I think, but
it was hot here today. I was sweating.
I bet it was hot down where you guys are.
I bet it was at least 80 degrees today. I had my tent up and I was sweating.
Yeah, it was 70. Yeah, it sucks what happened to your truck, dude. Did you tear into it anymore? Or?
No, I'm just going to put it off to the side for right now.
That little Dodge is freaking cool, too.
Mighty Mouse?
Yeah, with the Ford engine in it. That is freaking amazing. I don't give shit if somebody gives you shit about it, but I think that's so cool,
Oh, I took it down today to the muffler shop and have them weld up all, because they just tack welded the exhaust on it. Whoever built the truck just tack welded the exhaust, and it sounded horrible.
Yeah. And
then I took it down there. Yeah, I took it down there, and they welded it up for me. And the guys were like, "When'd you get this? When's it gonna be out racing?"
Soon.
Because they all race at that shop. So yeah, I was like, just as soon as I can get this thing running right, because it's still got a dead miss in it somewhere.
Yeah.
And I got to get that worked out.
I got a 302 in it.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, if you got any Ford questions, I raced those engines, the 302s and the 351 Windsors for eons. So yeah.
Where's the timing marks?
So they're in 2 different spots on the 302. There's one on the driver's side, one on the passenger side. Except if it's for a van, then it was actually on the bottom because you had to go underneath with the timing light. So, but it should be.
It's a roller motor, so it's an 86 or newer.
Okay, so it should be on the passenger side, about midway up. There's
Okay.
two little bolt holes in the cover, and that's where your pointer goes. And it's the
Maybe
balance
that's
remote.
what's wrong. Maybe the pointer's missing because I couldn't
Huh.
find it.
That could very well be. Yep. And you can, like I
Because
said,
I,
you can
I
buy
had
them
my
for right and left.
because I had my timing light down there and I could see where the mark was, but I couldn't see where there was a
Yeah,
pointer or anything
you
to
don't have
time
a
it off of.
pointer then. Yeah.
Okay.
Shit.
See,
So
I was
you'll have to
thinking it was
make
like
that
a
clear.
Mopar, they're in the timing cover.
Yeah, they're made into
Actually
the
pressed
cover.
in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, it's got a
Okay,
little.
so I gotta find a pointer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jeff's motor is probably like that too. It probably has a pointer that bolts on, doesn't it? Or is it
Yeah,
made
but
into the cover?
no, it's got a pointer bolt
Okay.
on, and I don't have one.
Right.
But I'll just make one or
It's a
something.
stupid little piece of sheet metal. And like
It's all
I
it
would
is.
I would literally just, eyeball it, get it on top dead center with a screwdriver in the spark plug hole, until it's to the highest point, and there's your.
Yep. And that's the whole thing. It's so crazy because like
Hey
you look
Tom,
at that 460 Ford. I'm not trying to ignore anybody. I'm just trying to look for a channel.
oh you're good.
And Ruben, what's happening, man? And we got William in here, Tom
Yes,
Cook.
William, I didn't buy a Ford. I bought a Dodge with a Ford motor.
So that's interesting because like there's a guy on YouTube who's a big Mustang guy, right? And like kicking ass and taking names, and he ended up building a Mustang, but he did a LS motor in it, and it just like tanked his channel, but he didn't care.
Yeah.
And it's like you do what you want to do, man. And that
I
was like
I
the whole thing.
seriously thought about putting. I've got a 351 Windsor, one of my spares, just a core, and I've got some heads out there. I almost put that in that S10. I mean, if it wasn't for me coming up with that deal on that LS engine, that was yeah. Then I was bummed the other day. I went out there and started doing that wiring, and it's the wrong freaking harness. It's the
Yeah.
engine is the drive with cable, and the harness I have is the drive by wire. So the computer I have is for a cable. Like fuck,
Can't catch a
But I
break.
look, yeah, they make really nice harnesses for them. You can buy them on eBay for like. It's kind of cool because they eliminate the transmission because I'm not using an electronic transmission. I'm using a power glide. They're like $175. So I just
That ain't bad.
yeah, when I get to the point where I'm ready to wire it, I'll just buy that dude and just plug it in and go.
Yeah.
I got a lot of other shit to do to it still. So, but the
What
motor is welded in. It's ready to go. The motor mounts. But sorry, go ahead.
Cool.
Is that harness easy to find though? Like right now?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
eBay's got eBay and Amazon, the shitloads of them. So,
Well, that's nothing wrong with that.
and there was another option I found. There's these modules you can buy. They're called micro squirts, and it like batch fires the injectors and batch fires the coils, and then it like eliminates your IAC and all that. Makes it pretty much like manual. Like you have to set the throttle blade open for it to idle, and it doesn't use a cam sync, and you kind of wire those in yourself, and they're about $400. And
Yeah.
what's really nice about it is you can plug a laptop in and tune it to a certain degree. So I was like, I'm just gonna wait until I get to that point and see how the finances are. So
That's the thing right now is like I've spent so much freaking money lately. It's
I
like,
know.
oh my lord.
I haven't spent a lot, but I'm trying to do it as a budget project to show everybody like, hey, you don't have to spend a bunch of money to put a modern drivetrain in a old vehicle,
Yeah.
If you've got, a half-ass old cheap welder like I got,
Patrick and Dr. Art and Don are in here.
What's up, fellas? Patrick, Art?
Yeah, that's
You
something
doing
that
all right,
crossed my mind too, Jason, was maybe seeing if I can find a 392 and put in old red.
That would be cool.
A new Hemi.
Dude, that'd be really neat.
That'd
be super
rad.
neat.
Yeah, that would really be cool. Yeah, and that computer I was talking about, the guys put those on Hemis also, so it's a deal,
Yeah.
But hell, by the time I get it ready to go, I might end up with a carburetor set up for it. I mean, I don't know. I'm kind of like, you know what? I want to tear that engine down and make sure it's okay and put all new gasket set in it. And I've got to tear the transmission down, and
Got a whole lot of stuff going on.
Yeah, I got plenty of shit to do. So I'll probably be wiring it up on the trailer on the way to Sykeston. What's up, Doc?
I'm letting
Dr.
Doc
Art.
in. What's going on? Hey, there's Tall John from Tall John's Fun Shop. So I'm gonna
Hey,
do
Tall Don.
I'm gonna do a community post because like
Let
I'm
me in,
short.
man.
I'm short. John is tall, but we agree on big cubic inch stuff. So I have a picture of a big black Ford piston and rod compared to a small block Chevy, and it's just gonna say, "Hey, Tall John,
Hey, I
size
got to
matters."
step out for a minute. I might actually have an emergency here. I'll be right back.
All right.
Oh, he didn't trust that fart.
No.
Oh, Dr. Art, thanks for the mail call. I seen that today.
Yeah, I was able to. I was sick as a dog all weekend. I got that on like Thursday or Friday. Your stickers, and I'm just like, well, I had to do it today. So then I quilled up enough to do that, and then I got enough Dayquil in me to come on for a few minutes here and do my because our month end ends today because the month end was Saturday. We don't close on the weekends. So it's Monday night, so I'm doing all these reports and stuff like that. So I can't just stop. Okay, I'll be back in 15 minutes after I download 20 spreadsheets for everybody to see. So
yeah.
So we put Jeffy in charge, and he's handling.
I know. I figured, yeah, why not? I was like, I was doing some yard work, and I was like, yeah, why not? And see what happens. It's a Monday night. It'll be fun. Do some fun stuff.
How did your goes last night, Patrick? I'd seen it. I popped in, but I was like,
it was very good. Everybody was very gracious and jumped onto my last minute live. So
I didn't say anything. Talking to the computer.
I'm gonna give a shout out real quick. Tall John, I need to talk to you sometime about 383 Mopar stuff.
It was in the.
Is it
Just throwing that out there.
Don't
Hey, Terry Grover.
We built the one for my buddy's Warlock, and it was just flat top pistons, regular, the stock bottom end on it, and stock heads with a 477 lift and 221 duration cam.
Yeah.
And a 4-barrel, and that truck just runs. Once it gets to 391 gears in that truck, it's really gonna go.
Yeah, it is. And for the Ford guys out there, or anybody that really wants to kind of start knowing head porting, head cleaning, like any of this crazy stuff, especially Ford heads, I'm gonna put a link in a channel here to a guy. He's in the chat. His name is Terry Grover, and he does some really cool. He knows his shit. I'm just gonna put it that way. That's all I'm gonna say. He knows his shit, and it's very cool. Very, very cool stuff. I'm not gonna lie. I've looked at his stuff quite a bit to kind of get some ideas when I'm doing, Ford heads and stuff like that. So check him out sometime. Yeah, Tall John, I'll get a hold of you sometime. I'll figure out how. In fact, I'll see if I can figure this out. I work in the world of technology and analytics, but yet I can't do a goddamn YouTube live. So Levi's in the house.
Hey, Levi, you're welcome. Or thanks, I'd rather. But you have stickers on the way from me as well. I just sent them out yesterday. I was the post office man. Sorry about jumping out there. My long story, but my grandma's not real well. She hasn't been for a long time, and somebody just put a post over my family. I'm like, so my daughter's calling me like, "What's the matter with grandma?" I'm like, "Well, she's dying, but not today, not today."
Yeah.
But yeah, she's not good. So I was like, "Yeah, if you want to go see her, you should go see her." No worries. She's lived a good life. She's 95. So how you doing, Patrick?
Bigfoot's in Mopar.
Sorry, didn't want to get into that. Racing and rods.
Yep.
Yeah, but thanks, Levi. I appreciate you. I think, well, Travis and Doc got their stuff. I think I sent some out to Mike, Big Mike, and Levi. Yeah.
Yeah, if anybody, speaking of stickers, on my channel, I put a address. If anybody wants to swap stickers or need anything like those no-name National Woodstock ones, I'm just giving those away. So
Patrick, did you send me your address?
I don't think so.
Okay. There's somebody that sent me their address, and I can't remember who it was, but I'll put it up tomorrow night. You guys can send me. I've got more stickers, so mine aren't real fancy anyway. Mine are kind of generic, like me. Oh yeah, it was definitely a Monday.
Oh, that's no kidding.
And my baby, there it is. Yeah, it's simple.
But sometimes simple is just the way to go, you know.
My shirts are pretty cool. That was a business card that I had years ago. I was actually going to open my own shop before I had some health problems, and I went on Vistaprint and just
So like what I did with I got another toolbox. The other ones are full, but I just started plastering all the channel stickers and stuff on there, you know.
Yeah.
In fact, there's Jason right there. You know, and bad tree, turning wrenches 85. Dust. I got them all. Travis is there. I'm probably jacking this all up where you can't see it. TRP. I got them all.
No,
you know.
Fine.
I haven't put them all on there yet because I got to like dig through like my mess of a home office.
Are you using your phone tonight?
So I work in the world of technology, if you want to call it, on analytical side of stuff. And I have a work laptop, but it can only be used for work. Like if I do anything weird, like people will show up to my house and torture me.
It seems to be working real well, whatever you're doing.
But I have this old janky laptop I never use. But if I try doing my live from it with camera, it is horrible, right?
Yeah.
So what I do is I'll go in the studio, send myself a link, shut my camera off on the studio, and I'm in the chat.
Got ya. That's how I thought about doing like where I could go out in the garage and do something and then come back in. That's what I thought about. Just put my phone out there and just linking.
Jason, you said you went to Vistaprint to get the shirts done?
Yeah. And that's actually the
was
best,
it reasonable?
Yeah, the best value so far that I've found is there. Yeah, and super fast. They're here in I think they're in Northern Ohio. I get them really quick, like within days. It's amazing how fast I get them.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. Well, because I was looking at doing some shirts and it's kind of spendy.
Yeah, William, I was just going to do a one-man repair shop. I had a building, and I used to have a really good clientele working here at the house, but then I had hernia surgery, and the doctor tried to kill me, nick my bowel, and all kinds of shit. So yeah,
that happened to my mom, Jason.
It's happened to so many people. Like now, people are like, "Oh, I'm going to get hernia surgery." I'm like, "Good luck."
Well, I tell you what's crazy is my mom. She's late 60s, but she had to have hernia surgery, right?
Mm-hmm.
And this is no joke. She broke her back too.
Oh.
And it wasn't that bad, but the only bad part about it is like, when you have like hernia surgery and all that, but her back surgery, I'm not being graphic here, but they put you on painkillers, and you know what that does if you're on painkillers.
Yeah.
Well, she had a hernia, so she couldn't do things.
Right.
And
it paralyzed her. Yeah.
Oh, it was so bad. It was like the worst mixture of whatever.
The last surgery I had, I refused all the narcotic stuff because that kept me in the hospital because I wouldn't, and I'm like, no, they were like trying to get into me. I was like, nope, I'll be fine. I'm going home in a day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I know exactly what you're talking about. It's a bad deal, dude.
Yep. Yeah, I've had some injuries where I'm like, nope, I'm not gonna let the doctor touch that one. I'll deal with it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. At the end of COVID, or at the end of 2020, all I was doing was carrying some cardboard over to the neighbors to put on his burn pile. He was going to burn it that weekend.
Mm-hmm.
And I was carrying a bunch of cardboard, so it was big pieces. It was blocking my vision, and the ground rolled down, and I heard my ankle snap when it rolled over.
I hate that.
Oh,
sounds like knuckles cracking.
And then I lay there for a little bit, and I'm like, well, I think I can put weight on it, and I got it.
Yeah, there we are.
And yeah, it was very bad. I mean, it was 6 months before I could walk right again.
Yeah, that's the some of those things are just like horrible. I had a hip injury years and years ago, and it's really getting to me now, and like,
Yeah. Wait till you're my age.
Yeah.
oh,
It
well, I
sucks.
mean, they told me, like, my doctor told me, he's like, oh yeah, you're gonna get this replaced, by the time you're 50. Well, I'm 43, and I already know it's like,
You can feel it coming.
ooh, yeah.
Yeah, Patrick, I did that one time. I was jumping off the lawnmower and I hit the only hole in my yard.
Oh,
That'll do it.
And I heard it crack and I hit the ground. I was like, oh, yep, that hurts too bad not to be broke.
You ever know people that just have really bad luck, no matter what?
Mhm.
yeah.
There was a guy that I worked with when I first started the company I worked for, and I was young, and then he was out of work for a very long time. We're like, what happened to that guy, And he was mowing, and he got tangled up with a push mower, and he bottom part of his foot, lost toes, just chewed him up,
Ooh.
right? So he gets back to work, and this is no joke. So he's all like hobbling around, but he's glad to be back. He went through all this rehab, and we had these things at work, and this is the dumbest thing. Obviously it changed, but the razor blade dispenser machines, like where you put the razor blades in. Right next to it on the floor was a rag bucket.
Oh.
Somebody had tried to put one in there, and he went to grab a rag, and dude, he stuck a razor blade right in the palm of his hand and cut up a bunch of those tendons.
Ooh.
He's out of work forever again.
So I got this
Just bad luck.
I got this old house, and I guess back in the day when you were done with a razor blade, there was a slot in the medicine cabinet. You just put it in there, and it fell down in the wall. Well, I was redoing the bathroom a couple years ago. Yeah. And I'm just scraping stuff out, and wham! Laid my middle finger, like the whole finger.
Ooh.
I was like, what the heck was that? It's like an old double-sided, like Gillette razor blade or whatever. And I was
cool.
And I was telling my dad was like, you dumbass, don't you remember at grandma's house?
Those razors you open from the bottom. And
right.
The bombardier door is
flexible, but sharp as shit.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's not fun.
They were made from good steel.
Oh, yeah. Very good steel. I was put in a box. This is how crazy some of the crap that happens to me. I was put in a box in the trunk of my wife's Challenger, and it wouldn't quite fit underneath. So I was pushing down on it to kind of like slide it under the trunk lip. My hand slipped, and apparently there's a double layer of metal there, and one of the pieces is sharp as a razor blade. And it took off. It almost cut my knuckle off.
Ooh.
Oh.
And we're an hour from home. And oh, by the way, the next day I was in a wedding.
Oh shit!
And my nephew's with me, and I get my hand out of the back of the car, and there's literally just blood running off of it.
Oh,
and he
goes,
What'd you do? And I go, you go down where the gals are and get them coming back this way, and I'm gonna sit here and try to get this stopped, and then I'm gonna start heading that way. And if I'm laying on the ground between here and there, get help.
I ran out. I leaked it all out.
Do you know what really hurts? Those tack strips and floors, like the old wooden ones?
Oh, God, yes.
Oh, man. A friend of mine had a flooring business, and it was always like new construction or whatever. But like after hours, if he would do flooring for like rehabs, he would do it at night because everyone else is during the day. And me and a buddy would help him out, much younger age, we'd just be in there drinking beer, tearing stuff out and all that. And I was, tearing everything out, carpet going through there. And I caught that thing underneath my fingernails on both hands.
Do it.
Dude, you couldn't do anything for like 3 days because your hands were like hamburgered, man.
Yep.
Those
tack strips are a pain.
You ever sit on a wooden cracked toilet seat?
Yes.
No fun.
That one.
Jason, was yours in an outhouse?
Yes. Yeah.
We're old.
I was visiting my great grandparents down in who knows where, Tennessee, and I was like 4 years old, colder than shit. I had to go to the bathroom. Yeah, I went out there like, ow!
Yeah. William says, God saying the tax strips brought back so many bad memories. So like after that, like I just changed my method on it. Just absolutely changed my method because it was just
flat bar.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, because I did carpet for a while, and those would get you trying to put them down.
Oh
Hey,
yeah.
Rich.
You know, you're hammering on them and your hand slips or something, it'll go.
Yeah.
Those little tacks will go right through your hand.
Yep.
Oh yeah. Hole puncher.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, definitely. I
Here,
had a
I've got a good graphic one for you guys.
yeah.
Here we go.
This
Yeah.
How do everybody?
Continue,
my
Patrick.
sister is a registered nurse. Ended up being a registered nurse in obstetrics, delivering babies. And this one made her queasy. I
Uh-oh.
was riding a mini bike,
I want to hear this.
and I was on the back. I wasn't the front guy. I was driving. Yeah, I was driving. And my buddy was on the back, and the throttle sticks wide open. Well, this mini bike goes about 40 miles an hour, and I'm trying to shut the thing off because it had the old kind of kill switch that you had to push on the piece of metal to ground out the plug.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm trying to push that, and I'm hitting the plug, and it's what's shocking me.
Yeah.
Steering with one hand, and I keep telling him, I said, we need to jump off. We need to jump off. Well, he won't bail. We hit a bump at the back of his property. He falls off. I launched this mini bike. It felt like it was 20 feet in the air, but it was probably 3 feet. But
Yeah.
it went for distance because, I was going like 40 miles an hour.
Mm-hmm.
The bike, I bail on the bike in the air. Didn't feel anything. Bike wipes out. I go shut it off. I got the bike. The recoil start had fallen off at some point, and I'm pushing the bike back up, and my foot starts getting warm and heavy.
Oh no.
And I look down. I've still got the scar. I did that when I was, I think, 12 or 13. I've still got the scar. It just missed the muscle, and just it was the flywheel on the engine.
Oh.
Because it was spinning, of course, wide open, and it just took a whole bunch of the skin off. My sister looked at it and goes, she's like, "Oh man, that's horrible. There's nothing for them to stitch because it just like carved out a groove in my leg, and it filled up my shoe and was running over the top of it." You should have seen how many people freaked out.
Yeah.
So I had that happen with a piece of angle iron that tore into my
you.
shin, and it was so bad. And like I was at this happened like her rehearsal dinner like a couple hours before that, and of course I didn't go to the hospital. I glued it back together. Well, the next day at her wedding, like I haven't drank in years, but I got ripped, and next thing you know, I'm like walking and I'm like, man, my shoe's wet. It broken open and it was just pouring blood into the. Yeah. Oh, it was so bad. A piece of angle iron, man, stuck in my shin.
I was doing bicycle axle.
What was that, Don?
Saying I got same scar on my lower calf as BMX.
Oh,
threaded axle or the threaded rod on a bicycle.
Oh yeah.
Come off this ramp, and you know how much they stick out off.
Oh yeah.
Right through the calf. Did a straight line right at the bottom.
Eesh.
Yeah, I used to race BMX bikes, and we'd go practicing, and there are certain shoes you wore for that, right? And obviously, back in the day, it was like the bear claws or bear traps that were real grippy, and the spikes. We'd go out and practice. Well, I effed up one time really bad, Jason. So we're out in this one area practicing, and it was like summer, just threw on a pair of tennis shoes. I had one of the shoelaces came undone, right? And it had wrapped around the crank and the pedal. I didn't know it. Well, I go to do this jump, and it was not going well, so I just went to kick the bike off so I could just fall. I went with the bike and got tangled up with it. Oh man, knocked me out cold. I didn't get hurt. I was banged up, but man, that was just like oof. So ever since then, I made sure to wear the right shoes when I was out doing dumb shit.
Yeah, definitely.
Oh yeah.
What we got in here?
Let's talk about falling off ladders next.
I never did that.
I haven't fallen off a ladder, but every once in a while, when I go up really high, I'll forget how high I am and step off at about the third one up.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's always jarring.
I don't like to have my ass higher than my head anymore. I just don't like it.
Yeah.
I don't do ladders anymore. Either.
Yeah. I got a funny ladder story for you. My uncle was a big guy. He was about 400 pounds, and he used to drink a lot. And we had a swimming pool at my grandma's house, and he was rip roaring drunk. And we'd got the beach ball stuck up in this big ass tree, and so the tree grew out of the creek bed. So the bank was like straight down. So nobody would climb up there because it was too high. And of course, he was, 10 foot tall and bulletproof because he'd been drinking liquor. He got up he had this extension ladder all the way out, one of them aluminum jobs.
Yeah.
Got about 3/4 of the way up, and it just went, it folded up. And he went straight down into that creek. Just out cold. We go down there. Luckily, it wasn't like a crazy creek, it was dry most of the time. Man, it took like 6 of us to haul his big old butt up out of that creek on a gurney,
You put him on the ladder, pick up the ladder.
Oh God, it was that ladder. If
Make sure his head doesn't go underwater. He can get himself out when he wakes up.
Yeah, he was fine. I was like, yeah, I told my grandpa. My grandpa says, "Is he okay?" I said, "He's asleep."
Yeah.
He's fine. That ladder looked like, I don't know what, man, like an elephant tried to climb up it. Me and Rob would be laughing if he was on here because he remembers it too. He's like, we just watched it in slow motion, like, oh no.
You knew it was coming, but there's nothing you could do about it.
No, it was a train wreck. You just couldn't quit watching it,
Yep. Sometimes that stuff really hurts.
He had bruises all over him. And that's when I learned my lesson about ladders. I'm like, nope.
DRC Racing is here. He's got a lot of cool stuff. I got a question for everyone. Does everyone build work on cars for a living? What do they do in real life? So what I do in the real life has nothing to do with the automotive world. But it doesn't have anything to do with the automotive world, but it kind of helps me know the math on it. I would love to have my own shop one day where I just turn a couple cars out a year, invite people over, hang out, do stuff like that. But yeah, I know, Jason, I'm pretty sure you do automotive stuff.
Yeah, I've been a mechanic for 32 years. I work at a municipality now. I just work on, pickup trucks and big trucks, dump trucks and tractors and stuff. But I do work
Wasn't that municipality stuff? Wasn't that court ordered?
Not this time.
Not this time.
Yeah. I don't have my yellow and striped shirt on anymore. We're fine.
Yeah. No, I do like the automotive world. I did a lot of side work in the automotive world from a different perspective of things, but no, I don't. I work in, and this is the nerdery. My education background is business and electronics technology and electrical engineering. So I'm the business side of technology with all kinds of weird shit.
What do you do for a living, Patrick?
I design. I'm a mechanical engineer technology major.
Okay, cool.
I design automation equipment. A lot of automation actuators for companies. Just about any company you can think of, I have done something for them.
Like Moto Man and stuff like that. Were they?
Not so much the robotic stuff.
Okay.
Actually, Motor Man's kind of one of our competitors.
Okay.
We do a bunch of automation equipment, a lot of end effector stuff, and we just do quite a bit. I mean, it's I do all sorts of stuff. I do little cylinders that tuft carpet. Also do big, huge end effectors that'll grab I did one for Toyota. I was talking about it last night a little bit. Did something for them to grab a bumper cover, a front bumper cover, a rear bumper cover, and it could reconfigure itself. It was all servo motor driven, so it could configure for whatever it wanted to pick. They wanted it to pick up.
That's cool. Awesome.
Yeah, I've been doing it for almost 30 years now, and it's always been fun, but I've been working on cars longer.
Yeah. I mean, I've been working on cars since I was, big enough to hold a wrench because my dad and my uncle and my grandfather and everybody. So,
absolutely.
Destroyer 1320's in the house. I'm just going to say this, not to interrupt you, Jason. I'm sorry.
You're good. You're good.
He has the most hilarious lives ever. Like if you have a day where your house burns down, you find out your daughter gets married to some guy over in a country you're never going to see her again. Your wife leaves you for a kangaroo, and and your dick don't work no more. And you need a good laugh. Go to his channel on Alive because you will start laughing.
And Robert thought, what is it? Robert Throbbins? What is it?
Throbert Hot Dickens.
Robert Hot Dickens. I said it right earlier, didn't I?
Yeah.
On the chat.
Shop Cats in the House. Robert Hot Dickens. He was a character I created. I used to write these skits, right? And he was a character. He was a British TV chef. And it was like one of those live TVs, and people were like, "Oh, make me some pastries," and it's like, "No, you're getting nothing but sausage," you know.
Getting nothing but this meat.
Yes,
I'm gonna drag my meat across your grill.
yes, exactly. So I threw a link in. I'm sure everybody knows him, but Ken from Tall Garage, he's been doing great on his subs, and he's getting whole lot further on his insane LS headed, home built Ford 300 engine.
He is really good on the camera. I've just saw his videos. I know I was subscribed to him. I swear it must have bumped me off, and one of his videos popped up because I was looking up the inline stuff because I'm an inline freak anyway. And I was like, well, hell, there's Ken right there. And man, his videos are really good. Like,
yeah, they are
really good with the camera. I mean,
he's got a lot of good ideas. I'm going to put a link in there to his channel. And another awesome guy is Shop Cat.
Yep, Shop Cat. I do Shop. I watch Shop Cat stuff. Yep.
So I put a Destroyer 1320 in there. Seriously, guys, like if you want to see something that's just going to make you laugh. So like, you know,
when's he do his lives?
Go ahead if you could. Actually, you know what? I can just look it up because I was just on his freaking page.
Well, you know, Destroyer 1320s helped me with one of my old channels I had. Doing some intros and stuff, and I probably need to ask him to do some intros for my current channel.
I need to talk to Ken about this wiring harness debacle. I'm sure he knows what I should do.
Hey, Jeff,
yeah, that's what's that?
Guess what I got out in the garage?
A 383 I need.
Well, I've probably got a couple of those, but I have a head gasket that has more than 4 holes in it.
I see. Ooh. So we've been talking, we've been cohorting around like the little automotive whores that we are, right? And we decided to put a link in there real quick to Shop Cat. But we like Ken and I were talking because it's like you can take like Ken has like hopped on something like Ford 300 LS head, and then you hear people talking, and it's like we were talking, and me and Patrick were talking with this group.
7.
So we're now talking like tomorrow at 7 for Destroyer 1320 for all your automotive lingual porn,
which is what I'm on.
Yeah. So we were talking about it, and it's like, what can we do to make a modern Hemi-headed slant 6?
Holy smokes. That is a grand idea.
You'd probably have to widen the slant 6 block. Those are some big heads.
Yeah, they are.
They're really wide.
Bolt pattern is like I think the bolt pattern is like the LS, where you've got the 4 main head bolts, and then you got those little secondary bolts out on the edge.
Yes.
The Hemi is similar to that. That would be pretty freaking rad, though.
Yep.
Might need where we have to cut in between the cylinders.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Like I said, we talked about it last night. I messaged my buddy first thing this morning. I said, "Hey, you got a 6 gasket?"
There's another guy doing an LS head 300, and his head is the last video I watched of it. His head is welded, and he made the out on the edge where those little secondary bolts is. He made this plate that bolts the side of the block. I mean, it's getting there. It's pretty cool. So
yeah. So I mean, that's a thought. So we're just kind of pondering that. And, it's just like, can you imagine that? You have a Hemi-headed, we were talking about it, and that's everything I need to talk to Tall John about, because he talked about, like, really trimming off a ton off of slant 6 stuff in this Challenger he had. So we're sitting there going, man, like, let's really, like, chop this thing down, see if we can get it to work. If we can get it to work, it's a cross-flow design then.
Right.
Patrick made a good point of using the 170 because of the RPMs throwing boost to it,
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it would be absolutely.
And the 170s were forged cranks, weren't they?
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought so.
Yeah.
I always wanted to make one a 300, a Ford, I should say. I always wanted to take like either Cleveland heads or Windsor heads and make like a Cummins have 6 little individual cross flow cylinder heads on it. I saw a competition eliminator car years and years ago. It was altered, and it had an engine like that on it. It was so cool, so cool.
Wow.
But you'd have to have a lot of cylinder heads to cut up.
Oh yeah.
Well,
You would.
And if you really were going to do it right, you really needed 4 V heads.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
That would be cool. Yeah.
So, real quick, DRC. What state am I from? State of confusion.
Yes.
No, but the state I live in is Illinois. I am 2 hours south of Chicago, 2 hours north of St. Louis, 2 hours east or west of Indianapolis. DRC, he's a retired professional baseball player.
Oh, okay.
So I'm not sure who he played for. I should know this, but it's pretty cool. I told my son that because my son's really big into baseball, and he plays baseball. He's actually a really good pitcher. Frank McCart's in there. Frank is associated with the pole barn guys. He's got a lot of cool stuff. I'm pretty sure he's friends with Buzz from Roadkill too, who helps us out a lot with that. And there's the one-eyed cat right there. And so DRC, he's in Florida. Yeah.
I've been waiting for you to contact me. I'm near Memphis too. We need to hook up sometime.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm far away. I'm in Southwest Ohio, Dayton, Ohio.
You're maybe 2 hours from me, Jason.
Are you over in Indy?
No, I'm up near Fort Wayne.
Oh, okay, you're right. Yeah, I'm hour north of Cincinnati and hour
Jesus Christ.
west of Columbus.
Redbeard's here.
Redbeard, our man.
DRC says if I get my motor back, I will be there. Well, that's awesome because
We should be there
the
anyway.
more the merrier with this, Parrish, Florida, 8 hours from Brayton. Okay, so that's cool because like when I go on vacation, I know that area. I'm in Anna Maria Island area, St. Pete's, Madeira Beach, like all that area, Tampa. That's where I like going. It's a cool area. Bradenton's neat. The whole area is.
Big Block 402. Send me an email. My email address is on my channel.
Yeah, old Red got a Nicky Knocky in it.
Yep.
Turned it into a diesel.
Yep, it's diesel now. Well, you guys weren't on here earlier, but Ruben contacted me last night because I said I was looking for some 906 heads.
Mm-hmm.
And he said he had 4 sets of 906 heads. He would send me a set of heads if I paid the shipping.
Oh, wow.
Yes.
That's awesome.
Very neat.
So I was like, sweet, because it's got the truck's got the RV heads on it, which don't flow for nothing. So 906s are at least a step up from what I got now. I mean, they're not 915s, but I couldn't expect anybody to give me a set of 915.
Hey, Travis, did that shirt smell like vinegar when you opened it?
Mm-hmm.
I got one. It was like the ink wasn't drying or something. And a while back, I opened it. I'm like, whoo! It was. I let it hang up for a while. Chrome Duck smokes a cigar. Nice.
Yep, Road Beer knows what I'm talking about. In fact, let me.
Yeah,
I have to taunt him every time.
Every time.
Yep. So what's going to happen is we're going to do Red Bear and I are going to we're going to do a call out at some point. And once my car is done, get some stuff dialed in. Obviously, heads up, he would just absolutely leave me in the dust, right? But we're gonna make this fun. He's got this big, like cast iron, rusty rooster.
The cock.
Yeah, he's got this giant rusty cock. That sounds like a personal problem, but he's got a kid, so I know it can't be that rusty. Thanks, Levi.
You guys got to both put them as hood ornaments, and that'll slow him down a little bit.
Yep.
Keep that
Barrows,
Barrows,
you're more than welcome to join. Just holler when you're ready. So what we're going to do is we're going to do a race, right? And the whole theme is it's going to be I'm going to put my duck up versus his rooster, right? But I think we might work something in there for charity too because it is St. Jude's.
St. Jude's.
Yeah, it'll be the whole. It'll be just like this. You want my duck? Type. It'll just be fun. Like I'm gonna play it off on a video. I'm gonna talk to him beforehand so we can just like go back and forth.
You've ever seen the sticker? It's the chicken and the cat, and the cat's saying chicken, and the chicken says pussy.
Yes.
You need to do something like that.
Yes.
I was on the front of somebody's Mopar drag car on their hood years ago. I can't even remember who it was. It was every time I walked by it, I'd be in the lanes and just die. Like, this is so funny. Somebody painted it,
So have you ever seen? There was always, because the Plymouth Roadrunner thing, there was always the what do you call it? It was like the Roadrunner with the Wile E. Coyote, right?
Mm-hmm.
And Fowler Ford, they were I think in Covina, California, and it was all Boss 429. They did some cool shit, and they had this Boss 429 cartoon with the coyote like shifting on it, and like they were the ones that would have used part of the thing about the road, or the coyote holding the Roadrunner, squeezing it, beep your ass.
Yeah, right.
So that's kind of funny. So I'm gonna play that off.
That stuff was so cool back then, and then everybody gets freaking butthurt now,
Yeah.
It's like, it's a joke. It's a freaking joke.
Elmer Fudd without a gun.
Yeah.
So DRC says, if I come to the No Name Nationals, I want to match race Redbeard. Cars are extremely similar.
Oh.
Well, I tell you what,
that might be a good race. Redbeard's car is pretty bad.
It's a bad hombre.
Yeah,
I'd race him, but he has to give me 330 in the hit.
I might just tell Redbeard, dude, here's the whole deal. You go in reverse, I go in forward.
I got some guys one night, and they were wanting to run, and they had pretty much a pro mod out there. I said, okay, this is what we're going to do. I said, you get on the line, and when I pass you at 50 miles an hour, you can hit it. And they wouldn't go for that deal.
That would be
cool, there's some people. Yeah, that would be kind of fun. Like, I think like there's going to be some people
roll racing stuff they do now.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of the roll racing.
I'm not either, but I mean,
But what's kind of cool? There's a lot of people that are like taking existing cars that are like a street car, cruiser, and they're starting to like add stuff to it. It's like I'm not saying they're getting like mega serious about a drag car, but they're like, man, I'm in this. I want to have some fun. And like Ruben, like he did that transmission thing. He's doing stuff with heads. He's doing stuff with rear end. So I mean, it's pretty neat what he's doing.
Redbeard, come on in.
Hey, Bad Tree.
What's up, guys?
Hey, Redbeard.
What's up, brother, man?
Facebook today.
Oh, not much. Yeah, I saw that. Appreciate you, brother, looking me up.
No problem. I said I had a minute, and I thought, I wonder how fast I can find you on Facebook, and it took 30 seconds or something.
Yeah, it's pretty easy to find.
Bad Tree Productions is in the house. Blake is there. That's awesome.
What's up, Blake?
You're telling me I'm not a very, very generic person to look for?
Well, you had the Redbeard logo on it. It made it pretty obvious.
Well, see, if you didn't have a job, if you weren't in the car world or lived where you live, we would think you were a hipster.
The older I get, more hipster I become. I'll tell you what.
His logo is pretty cool, though, that they made.
Yeah,
it is neat.
Yeah, he did a good job on that.
So see, we went through about 4 different things. He drew a picture of me that's, identical. Man, I'm like, well, that's not really what I'm looking for. I'm looking for more cartoon. And
yeah,
he says, I said, man, I would have liked just a little bit bigger cheeks. Like when you go to do the fair, you have those people draw you and look all goofy and stuff. That's what I was looking for, and he did an amazing job on it. So.
Absolutely.
Hey Blake, I can only add 6, man. Let me just hang on for a few minutes.
I'll jump out for a little bit at least.
Okay.
All right, Travis.
Good talking to everybody. If I don't get back on, you have a good evening.
Thanks, Patrick.
Sure, sir.
Later, Patrick.
Patrick's got like just this absolutely wicked car, right? And I talked to him the other day on the phone and all that, and sent me some picture videos. Dude, I don't know if you've seen that DLI car he's got. That thing is just screaming wicked. Like it just sounds like a jet's about ready to take off, and he's like, "Oh, that's only like 6 psi," and it's like, "Holy shit!"
Right.
Yeah, you're like, whoa, yeah.
Hey, Pat, you can jump back in. I won't be long. Just want to say hi, Twin Hacker.
What's going on, Blaker?
Oh, just loving life, fucking around
Yeah.
some shorts today, and spinning the gears in my head, figuring out what the next video is going to be.
Yeah, like I listen to everybody on the short, so like I just made a bunch of stupid shorts, just whatever, random, just schedule them out the rest of the week just to see if it gains any traction or not. I don't know. We'll see.
They seem to get to like 2,500 views and then die for me.
Yeah. I still don't understand the whole algorithms with YouTube, right? You can spend 10 hours working on something, 3 hours making a video, get 5 people watching it, and then pick your nose and flick it at a wall, and 80 billion people are going to watch it.
And then you go, like, I make shorts, and then I've got a TikTok where I took the turbo silencer off my Cummins, and it just hit 1 million views.
Wow.
And it's like 4 freaking seconds, and I didn't work on it. It didn't take me 30 seconds to make the video. And I'm like, why don't these algorithms work the same? Stupid.
Well, I mean, I look at my shorts, and I mean, like the video I did of the motor and Mighty Mouse has got 1,500 views.
Oh yeah, that should do well. I mean,
and then.
But I don't.
You gotta put a small block Mopar in that D50, man.
So real quick,
I was thinking 440.
Oh yeah.
Because I've seen a couple of them with 440s.
I got 430 small.
I don't know how they stuff them in there, but.
So Tom Muse popped a question in there, and it's related to the valve stuff. And to answer your question, Tom, I do have the valves, and actually it's done. But like he says, what valves could cross over to my build? It's a knockoff head as cast. Believe it or not, Tom, the valves that are in that are a big block Chevy valve.
I don't doubt that one bit. Those heads are really similar to a big block Chevy.
Combustion chamber and all. Yeah. So it was like when I talked to Ferrara, everything, measured everything, this, that, and the other was talking to him, and they were looking stuff up too. And it was literally, it's a big block Chevy valve.
Mm-hmm. Does not surprise me.
Now the exhaust valve is Ford. It's bigger, but it's a Ford spec valve. Combustion chamber
and the valve stem size, yeah.
And so like I'm doing all these cylinder head videos, and I'm showing the ups and downs, like mistakes. Like I did one. I was kind of like Dr. Art, where sick as a dog. He knew he shouldn't do a live tonight, and all he's busy.
Mm-hmm.
When I was checking a whole bunch of stuff Friday, this video is, in my opinion, kind of junk, but it just shows like when you're not there, because you're sick or you're tired, like you're gonna make mistakes. So I just left it out there.
Just leave it. Don't take it down. I think that's a mistake a lot of guys do, though. They're like, oh, that video sucked at tank. No, don't, because I've had videos that have been on there for a year, and all of a sudden, and it literally, my best video is the shittiest video quality, the shittiest sound, and I have the most views on it. And it took it a year to take off.
And
it's stupid. That's what happens.
The crazy part about it is like I'm editing it and watching stuff, and like there was off camera stuff. It's like, this is stuff I should have known. One, I should have thought about. I wasn't on my A game. I was more tired and feeling like shit than anything. So of course, then you're not using your brain.
Oh yeah.
And it's like, it's like when I'm editing it, I was feeling much better. I'm going, it all.
Wait, you're not tired every single day?
Yeah. No, see, so I know I never sleep.
3:30.
I never sleep. Like I've always had like this weird thing where I don't sleep, man. And like the other night, like a friend of mine's like, "Man, you look wiped out." I'm like, "Yeah, I'm gonna go to bed at like 10 tonight." And he's like, "Okay." And it was like 3 a.m, knowing like I have to get up in like 3.5 hours later.
I wake up at 3 a.m. to go to work. Okay, so like, I don't know how you do that.
Well, see, I got a friend that he owns a speed shop and he builds all LS stuff. That's where I was saying, hey, about the LS stuff. And this is no joke. He goes to bed super early, but he gets up super early. And like, there's a lot of times when I'm going to bed, I'm getting a text message from him when he's getting up, like, "Hey, this is what I'm gonna do today." And I'm like, "Cool, I'll check it out when I get up." And he's like, "What do you mean when you get up?" I'm like, "I'm just going to bed." He's like, "Don't you need to work in a few hours?"
Yeah.
And it's like, yeah, I guess so. And here's where it's gonna get really bad, Redbeard. So like, when the sun is up later, like this is no joke. There is days that I will actually just not go to bed.
Did you see what Dust Devil said?
Yeah, I go commando.
It said shorts. I go commando.
So like, Tom Muse makes a really good point. He says, think about the title of the videos also. What it was with Donald Trump Tractor. It took off like crazy.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what I'm thinking, and it's like, I don't know. Sometimes I'm just like in too much like serious mode where I just
don't delete them. Go in and tweak them, and play with the tags, play with the description, all that stuff.
Like the Frozen Start video hit 20,000 somehow.
Yeah,
it's
like
crazy.
20,000 views.
It's totally crazy.
I also think putting when you put your music to it, if you put like AC/DC, everyone's watching shorts. It kind of just the thing repeats kind of what you kind of look for. If you play more popular songs, people look those up and they click on it.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's how I find videos. Like I find a song that kind of did with cars. I click on that song. It does all the videos that go with that song. And I think your song choice and your title is the title is probably the number one thing. What you put, I'm pretty sure if you put high RPMs on every title, you'll get a lot of views.
Yeah, well, it's also, I know there's a big debate about intros, outros, this, that, and the other, and how things are done. And there is a huge debate on that. But if you nail it, you nail it. Like Blake from Bad Tree, he's got a really good intro video. So when you see that, it's a good hook. You're not going to click off of it. But there's other channels not associated with No Name that you go out, and it's like, when is this shit going to be over?
Yeah,
and
the same way. I'm like, don't make it more than like 5-6 seconds. It's like
my wife, Jay.
2 minutes later, like, Jesus, where's the video?
Yeah,
everybody hates that intro around me.
Yeah, Brailsford's Rides. What's going on, man? And but Blake nails it because it's like action. It's cool. It's relatable to like the average guy doing stuff. I don't know if you guys ever watched Poor Boy's Garage, but it's the same way. And it's like, okay, he nails it, but there's some of them you're just like, oh man, I can't watch this right now.
I had one, and I was like, you could literally watch it like, and I took it off, and then people will watch a little bit longer. I'm like,
well, and there's shorter ones, and they're all that almost cookie cutter Fiverr intros,
Yeah, and I just like, you know what? I don't even want to worry about it,
Yep,
well,
exactly.
I can make my own intros pretty much.
And Razors and Rods says it right. Intros should be about short, cool, and fast intros. And then Braille's Ride says, about these are going quick, but the minute-long intros are too much. Intros should be about 20, 25 seconds. And really, if you look at the analytics of things, like YouTube is, Buzz said this, but YouTube is hammering the shorts, like pushing that because of TikTok and Instagram Reels. And the attention span of the average American now is like tiny. It's like everyone's got adult ADHD in a way.
Yeah.
And they just want like this like quick gratification style thing. And I was talking to somebody on the phone, and it's like, if you look at your YouTube history, is it all automotive content, 12 to 15 minute videos? No, it's a short of, somebody blowing something up, boobies bouncing on a bed, or a cat staring at a wall.
Right.
Everyone gets hooked into that.
Yeah, you get drawn into that rabbit hole. You're like, what the hell am I watching?
Yes.
What is wrong with me?
I get burned out from watching automotive stuff, and then
I do. I'm like you. I'm like, I want to watch I watch like all the Recollection Road. They talk about the old restaurants and where they went. And, I get stuck in that
metal
one.
detecting channels, history channels,
the magnet fishing.
Just weird shit. It's like there's a channel. It's more of like from a radio spinoff, and I like the content. It's nothing car related. It's really just eyeball, kind of history stuff, space stuff, and all that. But I have like a playlist, and I change it up all the time, and I just hit play because I cannot sleep, but I can fall asleep, and it's like, no wonder I have all these weird dreams and ideas in my head.
I
It's like subliminal.
I do that in my camper. I just turn YouTube on and let it go, and I'm like, man, I had some weird ass dreams.
Yeah.
You know, it never fails. Every time you watch something that's not automotive or whatever, you're just trying to get a break from it. As soon as that thing that you're watching is over,
Boop, yep.
Bicycle Garage pops on.
Yeah.
Exactly. When I can't sleep, this is no joke. My wife gets mad at me, but I just say, "Hey, will you talk to me?" And I'm out.
Yeah.
I can see why she get pissed. My wife's never here when I'm going to bed. She's at work. So.
Yeah, but and it's weird because like I have some neighbors and they do notice the same thing. They're like, do you go to bed? And it's like, well, I do. They're like, when?
Mind your own fucking business.
Yeah, yeah. And I like somebody said, well, it was like late, and it was probably like 2 a.m. I saw you outside, and I have this really, I back up to the woods, and I got like this outdoor like cantina looking thing, and it's hell, it's got Wi-Fi out there and all that shit. But the Hack Shack, yeah. And long story short, like I'll turn these lights on out there, and like if it's super hot, I'll be back there watering, and this lady's like, but it was like 2 o'clock in the morning, and you're out there like watering plants, and I'm like, well, what the fuck were you doing up at 2 o'clock in the morning staring at me, watering my plants?
She was hoping you were taking a leak.
They're going to be cocaine, bud.
Yeah. Hey, thanks for joining, DRC. Hope you can get that engine so we can all see at the No Name Nationals throw down with Redbeard.
Take it easy.
I'm looking forward to meeting him. He said I talked to him a while.
That should be a badass race.
I got Rich Barnes. I am going to jump off here and help Hunter get the rest of his stuff packed up. He's heading to Wyoming, so.
Oh man.
Yeah, right. It's gonna be a rough day tomorrow.
We'll
get you tomorrow in your life.
I might be all teary-eyed on my wife, so.
So. Well, right, it's a good teary-eyed. I totally could understand that.
It'll be fine. So, yeah, you guys enjoy the rest of your evening, and I will catch you tomorrow.
Yes, have a good night. Later. Thanks for hopping in, man.
Oh yeah, no worries.
Hey, Jason, real quick before you jump off.
Yeah.
Email me your number so I can call and ask you about 302 stuff and Ford stuff.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah, I got your email.
All right.
All right, man. We'll see you.
Ford Garage. Travis, are you feeling all right?
Why?
Mopar/Ford Garage.
Heavens Mopars.
What's with the Ford in your name?
Did you not see the video about Mighty Mounts?
I haven't got to see it. Yeah, I've got to see
I bought an 87 D50 pickup that somebody has swapped a Ford 302 into.
It's actually really cool.
I mean, I just wonder why they did that. I mean,
like, it was probably they had the truck and they had the motor and went, let's put them together.
How do they do it? Like, they do a pretty good job putting it in there, like motor mounts and the transmission mount? Or kind of...
Well, the transmission mount's a little hokey. I need to actually jack the transmission up because the drive shaft you can look at. I got to really look at it today when I was up on the rack at the muffler shop. But the drive shaft is kind of like this.
Yeah.
So I need to bring I need to bring the tail transmission up probably about maybe a half an inch, but straighten out the drive shaft.
Let me tell you, I had to do that with my first race car, and I ended up 727s. They break tail shafts real easy. Mm-hmm. I ended up taking a semi mud flap and just cutting it a piece that I needed, drilled holes, put washers on both sides of it, and made a motor. And made it a mount to that to take the vibrations, and that's about a half-inch thick. If you want to try that, I don't know.
Okay, that's a good idea. I might try that.
Because those mud flaps that are going back to semis are not going to wear out. And stuff, so. What's up, Heaven Mopar? That guy is such a nice guy.
Yes, he is.
Yes.
There's some people in here I've never seen before. I'm going to have to look them up.
I put some links in out there. There's just a lot of.
Let me look them up. Yeah, it won't let me look them up and stuff.
Hey, pole barn is in the in here. Hose clamps equals trans mount. Yes, and then sometimes a trans mount will also equal a hood support.
Hey, Jeff, can you make my screen big for a second?
If I know, let me see if I can do that. I'm solo layout. There we go.
Oh, wow.
So yeah, I want to say hello to Dalton from Pole Barn. He has got a lot of stuff going on right now. He actually bought a Pole Barn. Actually ventured into the world of Mopars with the Roll Runner. It is a burnt rolled road runner that he is going to be doing. So yeah, that's going to be pretty awesome.
All right, Travis. We need to hook up here. Either you need my engine or I need your truck. That 434 small block I got would be perfect for that truck.
Rob Z, hello, Rob. Rob, I got your text. I haven't responded yet because I talked to my machinist today, and we're just trying to figure some stuff out. My brain is absolutely fried on this 521 right now. So I'm just going to live in the world of make-believe and unicorns and just forget I even own it right now. Hello, Kim. How's it going? Kim fixes things. She is building that supercharged, turbocharged monkey bike. I will put a link.
Yeah, that's a pretty cool
channel. Yes.
But Jeff, I'm telling you, if you just use washers, you'll be fine. And then weld up the gap.
You know, if this wasn't such an expensive build, I would probably send it to the moon on anything I could figure out. But if you guys get a chance, I'll put a link in there in a minute. I was pretty happy to see Dalton from Pole Barn entering the world of crazy Mopar stuff. So just to pitch that out there. If you guys saw what he did with the Holy Goat, I'm only going to bring that up a whole lot just for the fact is we're going to be racing them, and it's going to be one hell of a match between two GTOs, one beat up, one not beat up.
That's going to be an awesome race.
But he has got a Mopar now, so let me find that real quick.
You're not giving up on Ford, are you now?
No, I'm not. I'm not actually giving up on Ford.
But you see the bruise on the middle of his forehead from hitting his head against the wall, right?
Yeah.
Well, if we're looking at it, sounds like there's more Ford people in this group than Mopar.
Well, you know what's really cool is I'm not gonna lie. Like I grew up Mopar related with everything, and I absolutely love Mopar. It's my favorite brand. It's my favorite engines. You know, I just think they nailed it, right? Well, one of the things is like venturing into this Ford world. I actually Mopar Mike's in the house. I actually like the big block Ford stuff now. I really do. Like I really do see why the 429, 460 base 385 series was such a killer engine. I also see why it was frowned upon in some ways because they didn't get a chance to actually take it any further than what they did. Just because of the gas crunch and all that. And just want to give a shout out to Bigfoot and Mopars and Mopar Mike. But the thing is on that, I did put a link in there to Pole Barn and check out that Roadrunner. You got to see it. It's like the Mopar bastard version of the Holy Goat. But it really intrigues me. So I'm going to be doing a build on a Mopar engine. But one of the guys that I've been talking to about Performance World, he builds those SVO block Fords, which you can take out to like 1 billion cubic inches. They're really solid. And he's talking about going to a newer block. And like one of the blocks he has now is still good, but it's no longer a competitive setup for what he races in, right? And he races in those like 300-foot dirt trucks. Yeah. I'm like talking to him about trying to get that bought, you know, because it's like you can buy this SVO block, take the bore out to the size of a 55-gallon drum with this giant stroke, and on a mild setup, they're like 630 some cubic inches, you know.
See, Ford always had the right head, in my opinion. This has had the right cam to compression ratio they needed to do it. Like if you watch the truck pulling, the Hemis are illegal. So and the rule, like a lot of the truck classes, they had to run cast iron blocks and cast iron heads. There's a lot of truck pulling guys, and the Fords have they are the number ones out there because you can't run a Hemi; they're illegal. So Dodge has run a wedge head, and with their cubic inches, they can only be like 10 cubic inches over what they were factory. So Dodge is screwed because the biggest one has a 440, Ford has a 460, and Chevy has a 454. And if you go to the truck pulling in that class, they got to stay close to the same cubic inch and cast iron heads. Those Fords actually beat them all because they actually put the right cam to it and the right compression to make those Ford because Ford has some great flowing heads. Just
Yes,
they
they
never
do.
had they just never had the whole thing to go with it.
But
stuff.
their exhaust, they had
Their
it all.
exhaust sucks.
The exhaust
Yeah.
just.
Yep.
They shit the
It's
bed.
So
like
Unfinished Project says hello, and all I can say back to him is Dart Sport. But yeah, like Tom used at work, 632 cubic inches is the most common build. Well, that build is very common on those giant motors because it's like a very safe level of cubic inches and all that of that setup. I'm not going to say I would never do it because if I can get this block at a decent price, Redbeard, it's like
Oh,
sky's
why
the
not?
limit.
Hey, let's get realistic here. Horsepower is horsepower, okay? How you
Yeah.
get what engine you put there? It's all preference and bragging rights. Let's be realistic here. I mean, like I had a 704 cubic inch. I'll show pictures of it later on. I had a 704 cubic inch Mopar engine. It was a B1 TS heads, but it was on a Chevy block basically. Because when they made Pro Stock made Hemis illegal a long time ago. I don't know. I'm not an NHR guy. I know all the rules, but this is what I was told. I bought it. So basically, they took a Chevy block and the B1 Brodix made some Mopar heads, wedge heads, to fit on a Chevy block, and I had that, and it made somewhere around like 13 horsepower. We had split dominators and everything. I never ran the thing, but I have it on engine stand running. But my point though is, it doesn't make a big difference where you get like people like Jeb was giving me some crap. Oh, that's a Chevy block. That's a Chevy motor. That's a Chevy motor. Just, in my opinion, once you get out of the realm, there's not one like that engine you look at. There's not one Ford part on it. That's not a Ford block. That's not a Ford crank. That's not a Ford. I mean, maybe the distributor might be the only Ford product on that engine you're looking at buying. Really.
So if you look at some things too, right? Like of all the different brands that were out there, and you start digging into them a little bit, and you start seeing where everybody is, failing at one point, but they got it right at some point. Like until Kyle got that GTO, like I always like GTOs, but once we get really into the nitty gritty with those engines, you start reading, doing a lot of research. You're like, holy shit! If Pontiac would have had 3 more years, they could have very well dominated a lot of stuff. And then you look at it, and it's like, holy shit! Chevy, when the L78 396 came out, very underrated. It was a killer engine. What'd they do? They tamed it down. You could still get it, but it was a click, 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 a whole bunch of boxes, and it was a whole lot of money. And then you look at it and you're like, okay, Dodge ruled because they just went so far outside of the box with a lot of stuff. And then everybody, like Oldsmobile was coming out with a Hemi. The Ram Air 5 Pontiac stuff. Ford had just developed the Super Cobra Jet, and who knows what they could have gone and done with that.
And
the Boss. And if they could have done, if there was 3 more years, let's say the gas crunch didn't hit till 1976. Dude, I think you would have seen factory muscle cars at well over 600 horsepower then.
I think it was more the EPA than gas is what did it. Gas was
and insurance companies didn't want to insure them anymore.
Yep.
Yeah.
Have you ever looked at a small block Mopar
Gas
close?
didn't have as much to do with it as everybody thinks.
Yep.
Have you looked at a small block? A small block Mopar was designed, an LA block was designed for Hemi heads. It has the same lifter angle as a Hemi. If you ever look at a small block Mopar, the way the push rod angle is on them, they are completely wrong. If they work, not right. That block was designed. I guarantee you, there's some casting that we don't know about of a Hemi head that was designed.
There is a Hemi head for them.
There is a Hemi head.
Yep.
There is now, but I guarantee you back then there's a cast iron head prototype that we don't know about that was for them back in whatever it was, 67 or whatever when they first came out, the LA block after
I think the LA Hemis came out in the late 80s. Somebody was making them.
Yeah, a guy started making them, but like I'm talking about
production.
Yeah,
I really believe they were designed for a Hemi head, like when they came out like 67 or whatever, and they decided not to do it.
I mean, they're from the poly, so
yeah.
And if you look at some of the
cheap
yeah.
Hemi.
Well, if you look at like some of Ford's stuff they did, so the Boss 429 was obviously designed NASCAR, continuous 7,000 RPMs. That's why when it got into the street form, it was not what they thought it was going to be. But if you look at like, let's just say Ford's camera stuff, that once NASCAR was like, nope, can't do this, can't do that, and you go back to the old articles talking about the camera in a single 4-barrel and a dual 4-barrel. The single 4-barrel was rated at 606, and the dual 4-barrel was rated at 616, and they ended up selling them over the counter, right? And they were, mechanically very, very advanced. And you look at some of the late 60s top fuel cars. Don Perdome ran one. Don Perdome won with them. The people that knew how to work on them won with those things. They were, and I hate saying this, they were Hemi killers, but they were just too expensive and mechanically somewhat of a nightmare in that application.
Well, the Hemi, all alone is a good engine, but it's made for boost. Mm-hmm. All alone, they're good.
Yep.
But like you said, the 396 stood right up there with them.
That L78. It was factory rated at 375 horse, but all those engine builders have done them and said no, they were 425 to 430. Mm-hmm. It was a wicked motor, the L78. And then when they tuned it down for everything else, it lost its appeal.
But on the cool factor, nothing beats a Hemi. Absolutely,
you are right.
Nothing beats
it.
Well, the Boss is like an offset Hemi.
Yeah.
Because the plug is like it's not where like a normal wedge head is. Mm-hmm. It's down below the valve.
The Unity Motorsports, Andy, great guy. He's got Casper. He says the camera is an answer to a question never asked. Exactly. And the first time I saw a camera, and unfortunately is at one of the New Balance khaki pants car shows. And I heard this thing, right? I was probably like 15 or 16, and I'm like, what the hell is that? And it was this motor, and I saw the plugs going in where they were at. And obviously I knew what a Hemi was, and I started doing my research, and I'm going, that thing is absolutely wicked. And you start reading and more and more and more on that, and you're going, man, that thing is just I know Andy's got a really good video out there. In fact, I will try to link that out there. But yeah, I mean, okay. So how many of you guys out there are Buick fans?
Oh yeah.
Depends on the Buick. It really does.
So if you look at Buick and you look at their stage 1, pretty much off idle, it made like 510 foot-pounds of torque. But everyone's worried about that horsepower number is like 360. That thing had the absolute potential to be a Hemi killer. And I'm not knocking the Hemi because that is one of my favorite engines. But, for a lot of guys out there, nobody probably listening now, but it's, Hemi. But there was so much other stuff out there that had the potential to literally change the game on a lot of stuff.
Well, a lot of drag racers back in the day, like the 440 over the Hemi because the 440 had more torque.
Yes.
Because the 440 could get, 3/4 down the drag strip before the Hemi started coming on, because the Hemi needs those high RPMs, but once it comes on, it's going. So the Hemi was better suited for circle track than it was the drag strip.
Yes.
The 440 was better for the drag strip.
And I just posted a link out to Andy's to Unity Motorsports Garage on the secrets of the single overhead cam motor. Thanks, Rich 220, for tuning in. I really appreciate it. But like Barrows did that video on the Ford head, and he pointed out something really, really unique. And they had in front of them what could have been Ford's version of the Max Wedge head.
Really?
Well, they had it. The MEL, the MEL.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Go back and look at Uncle Tony's garage when he's in Kiwi's shop. He's got a MEL in there.
Yeah, because they were showing that. Yep.
They're a wedge design. And that was back in 59, 58,
Really?
59. Yeah.
Oh,
I mean, they wrote the song about it. Hot Rod Lincoln is a male.
yeah. Oh, okay.
Back in the day, that was one hot motor.
It was a very hot motor.
And the
Very,
original
very hot
FP
motor.
was the same thing. The 335.
I am starting to have some technical difficulties. Let me know if something loses out here.
Like
But
I got a chance to get a 430 male right now, a Marauder. Oh, and I'm tempted. It's in a 59 Mercury Park Lane.
Ah, very cool.
I'm trying to think of what those look like.
Big.
Yeah, they're very big. Don't
Big
they
old
have the
motor,
they
huh?
have the downdraft tube on them, don't they?
Yeah, they're monsters. They're not wide. They're long, really long.
I am finally able to see the Brailsford's rides. Let me get you a link in there. I'm having some technical difficulties right now. Sorry about that, but let me get you a link. One second here. Sorry. Are you going to get it then?
What's that?
Are you going to get the Mel?
Oh, I'm close. Trying to trade that Triton off for it.
Yeah.
Last thing I want is another damn Triton. Ah, oof.
You don't need a boat anchor?
Oh, heavens no. It runs good. It drives good. It just needs to drive somewhere besides me.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of horror stories about the Triton motors.
So Terry Grover, 455 Buick, the head work done right and the right cam choice can easily make 500, 600 horsepower. Exactly. And Andy, no problem about sharing that link, man. Like, seriously, you guys go check that out. It is absolutely amazing. I am having problems reading the chat just for some, I don't know what the hell's going on here. Yeah. So I did put a link in there, I think. Let me try to get rid of something real quick here. Just give me a second, guys. Why is this? Oh, yeah, sorry.
We control the horizontal. We control the vertical.
Yes. Yeah. There we go. There we go. I got rid of what was going on there.
What's up?
Hey, how's it going?
It's going all right, man.
Good. Good. So I'm trying to get some people in here.
I'll step out if you need room.
Okay, Don, I'm going to have you come back here in a few because I got a couple questions for you on something about your 5-barrel. So let me add some people here.
All right, I'll step out for a bit.
All right, thanks, Don. Tom's in the house.
Hey, Tom.
Hey there.
So I don't think I've seen like any of you guys except for you two hacks. I think you messaged me on Instagram one day, and that's how I found your channel.
Yep.
Oh, really?
Yeah, there's some good Instagram stuff out there. Like I know like people talk about like how do you gain traction. I'm new to this, but like I did an Instagram thing for the car stuff, and I came across Barrelford's rides. I came across a lot of people. That's how I found Mike's Mischief, with his stuff going on. And it's there's just a whole bunch of different ways out there to do it.
I don't do. I primarily am on YouTube. I'll post stuff periodically to Instagram. And honestly, so it sounds stupid, but I started a TikTok last year, and I put literally zero effort into it, like no effort at all. And I'll post little clips from my actual videos, and I don't freaking understand. I actually try here, and on TikTok without trying, I'm now sitting at like over 11,000 followers. So
we were talking about that. if you look at it, like we can put hours and hours into doing a video, right? And next thing you know, you get 40 people viewing it. And you're like, shit, I put 10 hours into a set of cylinder heads in one day and it got 10% of it done. And you make a short and it just flies off, you know, or the TikTok stuff is crazy, the Instagram reels.
You know, I've
William?
been looking at this too. And I honestly think, because obviously I'm not monetized, so I'm not caring about basically what I'm getting for subscribers. Yes. But I think it has a lot to do with advertisers. So if your video interest advertisers that want to put it on your video are the ones that YouTube then shares a lot. Because if you go to any of our channels covering car content, but you go to say Cletus McFarland or something like that, where he has a lot of advertisers tagged onto his videos or wanting to advertise on his videos, he gets a lot more subscribers, even though it's the exact same content.
So I got monetized last April. Now, honestly, I think when you get started, a big part of it is you have to find some, even though it might not be in alignment with what you want to do in the long run, I think you got to figure out some that I think they're called evergreen videos. You need some videos that are constantly getting hits. And
right.
You got to do something that's a little bit different or, that's kind of against the norm. So like my video that kind of carried me into monetization that kind of kept getting me in my watch hours was I had an old MGB back then. And I replaced the floor pans using the damn 125 volt flux core welder from Harbor Freight, the cheapest one they make, right? So I did floor pans with that welder, and that video did great, and it's still doing good. It gets views all the time. It's not like flying off the rails or anything, but it's constantly accumulating time. So that, like, a lot of people, everybody struggles on something different. You might be able to get the subs, but you might not get the watch hours. You might get the watch hours, you might not get the subs. It's about finding the balance.
Yep. And like Dallas, the guy that helps promote the Name Nationals, he's the guy that owns AHRA, and the guy's very knowledgeable in Buick, small block Chevys, you name it, and he just has this eclectic background in knowing stuff. And the DZ302 Chevy engine, it's very expensive to build, very expensive to find, and him and I have been talking, and there's a way you can take a 5.7 Vortec engine. You take the baby LT1, like Oldsmobile Buick V8 4.3, use that crank, rods, get 302 pistons, take this thing 30 over. And it's like dimensionally the same as a 302. And they call it the Easy 302. And it is pretty cheap to build. So that's what I'm going to do. Like, I'm going to build one of those because it's budget. It's something unique. I found a crank that was already ground and all that, and it was from an auto parts place. I bought it online, and I'm like, cool. I told Dallas, I got this crank coming. The guy sits there and emails me, it's going to be about 8 to 10 weeks because we got to grind your crank. And I was like, wait a minute. I bought something online that showed crank ground. He's like, basically, long story short, he came in and said, well, we grind them as they sell. We don't want to put the labor in something that's not going to sell. Fine. I bought it cheap. It was like $125, but I got to wait, which I'm not going to be getting to it anyway, but still it's like, come on, that's kind of false advertising in my opinion, but. So what's your best TikTok video that went off?
Oh, Jesus. I think I was at a drag strip and I raced my son. So, okay. So this is my car. This is one of my cars that's on my channel. All right. It's the newer Boss 302.
Yep.
And then I've got 3 sons. And for each of my 3 sons, I made them identical cars. Okay. And so I raced one of my boys. 2 of my sons have hopped up Power Wheels. My oldest son, we put 775 motors in there, steel gears, and 24-volt battery. It runs about. We used to go about 5 miles an hour. It does about 15 now. And I ran him at the drag strip. The local drag strip let us run down the strip together. And for whatever that got like, I want to say it was like 300,000, 350,000 views or something like that.
Yeah.
And
I mean,
I don't know. I just throw them up there periodically. Like, and the crazy thing is same thing on YouTube though, right? I've didn't advertise it right or who knows what. I think that video ended up with like 900 views total.
Nice.
So I mean, I was hoping, I hope you always hope for more. Right now, my content that's really starting to pick up is I got a Fox body too, and the Fox body content's starting to pick up for me a bit.
What year Fox you got?
85 LX. So
nice.
It's got it was a 3.8 car, and the previous owner swapped in a flat tappet V8, and it's a turd, man. It's got no power, but it was pretty cool because I was gonna buy a motor from another YouTuber, and that kind of fell through because I was gonna build it. See, this is my project car with my sons, and I was gonna build an engine with my sons and swap in a HO motor, and a guy I was gonna buy it from. It fell through. He decided he wanted to build it with his son instead. I'm like, cool, man. I can't fault you. I was gonna do the same thing. And I had a subscriber I was talking to. He's like, hey, man, I'm an hour north of you. I got one sitting in my garage. You can have it. I was like, well, what do you want for it? He's like, no, I want you to take it out of my garage and come get it. And so I got a donated motor that's sitting over here on a stand that me and my sons are gonna build. And yeah, man, it's
very cool.
Yeah, it's cool. I got so much crap going on, but I'm in the military, man. So like I used to have a pretty good upload schedule where I was doing 3 videos a week before when I was trying to get monetized. But now my time is so sparse that I'm lucky to maintain 1 a week, and I do live streams on Tuesdays.
Nice.
Sorry, I didn't mean to highlight the whole section there.
No, it's fine. I mean, I like having new people come in, and the variety of even the no-name nationals. Boy, that's a mouthful. Say that 100 times over. But I always like having different people come in. Like I highlighted a channel just a little bit ago, and I did put a link in there. I am actually subscribed to him. Rot to Rat, Rust to Hot Rod. Barrows, that's a guy you need to check out. Definitely.
I've been sub doing for a while.
Yeah, and I like the variety of everything. There's a whole group of us here that are going to a specific racing event, and it's going to be a whole lot of fun. And we're all just getting to know each other for a while now, and the variety of everything is great. People coming in like you, it's like, hey, you're talking about the TikTok thing. That's a great piece of advice because maybe Patrick's got this car. It's a Dick Landy car. It's a stock bottom end 318 turbo. He's made all this crazy stuff for it. And at 5 or 6 PSI, and he's doing burnouts, it sounds like a jet's taking off, right? Mm-hmm. That would probably go crazy on TikTok.
Yeah.
Now, the other thing is, too, TikTok has to push it, and that's the problem, because you could literally use the same tags for every video, and you'll get one that randomly will just take off and do amazing. Like, if it's not getting likes or comments in the first, few views, then it's not going to do well. You need likes and comments, and then you need a few people to share it, or else it's just going to kind of fall flat on its face, because it might be something great. I've had ones that I've reposted because I'm like, this should have done better, and it'll do terribly first, and the second time it'll just blow up.
It's all weird, isn't it?
Yeah.
Does TikTok pay out just like YouTube?
Does it what?
Does TikTok pay out like YouTube?
I can't hear you, Sam. I'm sorry.
Do they pay out?
They do pay out. I could monetize on TikTok right now, but because I'm in the military and it used to be. So you guys know how TikTok originated? It was legitimately spyware for China disguised as social media. So because of that and being in the military, I will not monetize through TikTok until I'm out of the Navy.
Makes sense.
Yep. I've had that conversation with my daughter multiple times with the whole TikTok thing. It's like she's, young, and it's like when that all came out, it's like, look, you got to be super careful what you're doing, please.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure they were bought by an American company, but just knowing what agencies can do with technology, it doesn't mean they don't still have their hands in it.
Well, look at Huawei phones, right? Huawei phones has been trying to compete with Apple, Samsung for a very long time. It's a Chinese company. And the whole thing about it was there was security stuff related to them with built-in firmware. The industry that I work in, I'm not going to say it because I can't, but there was a very large computer company that everybody knows, and we were there. We were probably the second largest buyer of their laptops, other than most likely the government. And we dumped them in a heartbeat because of certain firmware stuff in there allowed them through, which we have the second largest computer network besides the Pentagon, allowed them to kind of backdoor some things and get analytical data on stuff how it was used. And then what they would do is try to use like stuff to tailor certain programs and be like, oh look, we have what to offer to you guys based upon your usage of like CPU stuff, this, that, and the other. And it was like, well, how did you get that? And when they said that, it was contract eliminated.
We don't use, and anytime we go in deployment and they try and issue us Huawei phones or whatever the heck how you pronouncing it, we send those back. We can't take those.
Yeah, that's the whole thing. Is like when that Huawei thing came out, and now they're talking about wanting to allow it. It's like absolutely not. Like, do not allow that. We've already allowed stuff to get stolen by a very large country that knocks everything off, and we can't let our technology go that way.
Well, for a long time, any Apple asset, if you're using GPS through Apple, they were using the Russian form of GPS.
Yes.
So, it was a problem because it was like if you're military and you're deployed overseas, you're giving the Russians your location. Like they could.
Well, Russians. So Draghi, and I don't know if they changed this, but Draghi. See if I can find it. They have it goes off multiple GPS systems, and it's what NHRA uses to calculate speed 0 to 60. It's extremely accurate. I know I've got one around here somewhere. Long story short, there for a while, they were also bouncing off of, here it is. They were also bouncing off of Russian GPS stuff.
Oh, that's okay, then. I want the Russians to know how fast
that moves. Yeah, it's this thing here. So I'm going to be using it to what I refer to as Cuban road testing the car, because the closest drag strip to me is 1.5 hours, and I don't want to pay for it. So it's just this little device. You download an app on your phone. It's magnetic. You stick it in there. You can do video, and it has everything, records. All this great analytics, right? But yeah, definitely let them know how fast we're going.
Well, what's weird is there's a rumor going around with the street racing here in Memphis that the Memphis cops are trying to get access to the data that Draghi pulls up.
Really?
Yeah.
I know, not to give too much away about what I do for a living, but I know that any U.S. cellular store, if you are a law enforcement officer, you can go in, and if you have a phone number or basically a location, you can type that in there, and it'll tell you the phone numbers that were in that vicinity, right down to within 30 feet.
Yes.
So if you're in the area of a crime scene or anything like that, that's how they can track you down to see if you're a witness to whatever happened.
Well, they can. There's a feature you can turn that off on your phone, like that share feature. Like we're actually encouraged to turn that off.
Mine's off. Mine's off.
Yeah. Because that's how if you use Facebook and it's like, hey, do you know this person? You're like, I've never searched them on Facebook before. I've talked to them once. Why the F are they popping up on my phone? It's because your phone recognized someone else who was sharing their location or sharing their data, and they pop up as, oh, you might have interacted with this person. So that's why I turn mine off, because I don't want business associates or anyone I'm having to work with, seeing me on Facebook and looking at my personal stuff.
Well, it's not only that. You look at what Ring Doorbell did. Ring Doorbell did that thing, and they quietly. How you doing, Mike's Mischief? I'm going to post a link to his channel, by the way. But what they did was they did this thing where if you were around houses or whatever, it was allowing your network to be bounced and used, right? And it's like, holy shit! Like I opted out immediately, right? I had to, because I work from home. We have an extremely stringent policy on network stuff, and I just can't believe what some of these tech companies get away with. And Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
I mean, Jeff. While you're saying that, I'm sure the guy that's in the Navy right now. One of the things that was very popular. I still have my drone, but one of the things I did for home inspection businesses for a while is that I would do overhead views of the houses up for sale.
Yes.
And there was no fly zones, obviously, within like airports and military bases and stuff like that. But now it went to the extent that if you were a farm and you wanted to have ground sanitation type stuff, and you had to fly up to 400 feet, the max that you could for with a drone, you could oversee other government buildings, and they put a big kibosh on that now that you actually have to get a separate license if you're flying a drone as a business, saying that you have to edit your videos before you can even hand them out, because if it's got a government building anywhere in the background, you have to cut that out of the thing, because that DJI drones information can be hacked and shared with China.
Yep.
Well, we're under the same kind of stringent stuff at work because I work for a government power company, and we can't even take pictures on our phone at work.
Yeah. I can't either. I only go in once every other week. But yeah, that's a no-no. Like we have Wi-Fi, guest Wi-Fi at work. I don't even log on in that, you know. Like I did a lot of work on a tech side for lawsuits for 5-6 years, and it opened my eyes to a lot of stuff on the legal side of technology. As
I'm gonna do
employers,
that
okay,
for a little bit. I'll be right back.
as like what employers can do with employees. So my company, like you can do certain things of like having apps for company email or company whatever. If you come under, I'm not going to use the term, but if you basically come under a scrutiny of a lawsuit, you might not even do anything wrong. It might be something that someone else is suing on. Your device legally can be taken from you if you have that. Now they have to replace it. And I worked on the back end of that, and it's like, okay, I will never have X, Y, and Z that any company would offer for that. And the other part about it is the tools used can only go after that app. So they can't see your pictures, they can't see your phone numbers, they can't do any of that. Now, where I have a problem with that is like, okay, everything is backed up by cloud stuff. Why do they need to take your phone? This is any company. In my case, yes, it's mine. But like, why would they need to take your device if everything on this is cloud based? Can't they just go to the cloud? Because all the other information that we would use in lawsuits came from a cloud. Because you can't store it through my work on your laptop. It has to be cloud, so it's not lost. So the question to me is like, why would they take your device then? Never did get an answer.
Jeff, did you hear about that guy in Wisconsin, YouTuber that was he had those like business card keychains that were the devices to modify an AR rifle for full automatic?
Yeah.
He did 2 videos basically saying that they were just keychains that they could not be modified whatsoever. The ATF raided and took his entire business, all his inventory and everything, and his phone. He sat in jail for about 3 days, but he has like $1 million bond.
And they've changed rules so much. Like my dad worked in law enforcement for years, and some of the cell phone stuff, it's such a gray area. You know, like I have a friend that does photography, and for the longest time he was really big into architectural photography. And I live in Illinois, and he was up in Chicago doing some photography of like, you know, cool buildings, this, that, and the other. And the guy's ex-Marine. He was Marine Corps like 22 years. And one day he's doing stuff, and this was not too far after 9/11, and it was boom, people on him. What are you doing? What's this? What's that? I'm taking pictures of buildings. I'm a photographer. You want my business card? And it was the whole terrorism threat, like people photographing buildings or this, that, and the other. And they got it. They were cool, but like in today's world, I refer to it as 1984, right? But at the same time, it's like, boy, you're on public land and you're taking a picture of an old, you know, orphanage or whatever, and there happens to be a police station or a fire department across the street.
Yep. I mean, in a way, it's an invasion of privacy, but that's the one thing I actually agree that they should be doing is blocking that out because, like you said, all our enemies, they want that information instead of having spy airplanes or satellites taking pictures of it. We're providing the information to them.
Well, so Kim down there just said that like GPS is send only, not receive. That may be true, but your phone's not, and all they got to do is if they get, you know, my information is not private, right? I'm pretty sure China knows everything about me and my family because there was a huge data breach many years ago, and so like if they wanted to be tracking me, they could be tracking my phone right now, and if they hacked it, right, then any of my location data is going to be broadcast to them no matter what. So
yeah, and
they can ping it off cell towers and stuff like that.
And not only that is like you said about like the Facebook thing and all this, and if you have everything turned on your phone, Siri, you have all this type of stuff, racers and rods points out Alexa, and I have like literally everything off. I'm not actually a big social media guy. Like I don't have a Facebook account. I'm gonna do one for cars, but I'm not gonna tie anything to it. But like it is so funny. Like if you're doing something on YouTube or you're doing something here, you're doing something there, then all of a sudden like your Amazon stuff or advertisements pop up. It's like, wait a minute, I was just talking about, draggy GPS. I was just talking about Eagle scat rod. So that is just, to me, disturbing.
And like, there's another one too. Be real careful with look at Country Boy Gas. I've been approached so far by 3 companies to advertise their stuff. We'll give you this and stuff like that. Don't fall for it. That's how they got Country Boy. And they hacked his account, wiped him out, and he lost how many subscribers? I mean, he was monetized, making decent money at it, and they wiped him out.
Well, okay, so anybody that does Instagram out there, there's people that have legitimate Instagram accounts per se, with a YouTube account per se, and they'll like message you, oh man, like I'm locked out of my account, I have to contact somebody, can you help me out? And somebody on YouTube, I don't remember who was, unfortunately like fell for it, and the next thing you know, their account was hacked, everything. And
there's a buddy of mine who's another channel. He was just about to hit 2,000 subscribers. This happened on Saturday, actually. He was on his live stream, this StreamYard, and he did not pay attention to who someone was spoofing that they were someone else, pretending to be someone else as their name, someone that he knew, a friend of his. And as soon as it went live, the dude was popped up on his screen some porn, and his channel got shut down within a second. Like,
look at all the spamming. Like I don't have a moderator, and at one point I'm going to get one. But like you look at some of these larger channels, and you're 300-400 people live or whatever, even smaller ones, and all of a sudden you see the porn links and the spammers popping in, and you're like, holy crap, like how do they even know that?
Yeah.
Well, you can now turn it to where the new feature they added, which is good in my opinion, I haven't turned it on, I need to, is only subscribers can comment. So they have to have like watched your live for like 5 minutes.
Yeah,
I saw that. I saw that. That's some really good advice too. Definitely good advice on that.
Is that only StreamYard or
no?
Just
that's
on YouTube?
That's a YouTube feature. That's like that's in it should be in the settings to YouTube.
In fact, you know what? Now that you bring that up, you're right. Because like I need to go back and I need to look at my videos to make sure. Because when I was editing some stupid dumb shorts because I was bored today, I had to go and click, go ahead and allow comments, because every once in a while I kind of want to, if I'm having a bad day, I kind of want to troll in there just to see what they say.
Well, you can allow, all right, so comments, you can pick the one that I have it set to is like, hold questionable comments or whatever, yes. But let them post everything basically. But I'm talking about in live streams, the chat that's in live streams, there's a setting now where you can set it to where only subscribers can talk in the chat. So if people want to be a part of the conversation, then they're going to have to subscribe or they have to sit there for like 5 minutes or something like that.
Yeah. And, like my daughter's almost 17. She'll be 17 in less than a week, or about a week, actually. And my son's 13. I'm almost 43. I didn't grow up in the world of, hey, we got a cell phone. Probably a good thing because anybody in this chat would probably be in jail of all the crazy stuff we did as a youth. We didn't have to worry about cameras everywhere, or cell phones everywhere, or social media everywhere. But if you think about it, all these kids now have, and it's been like a fixture to them. And it's like you have to be careful what you post. Because my daughter posted something as a dad, they would say I would consider risque, right? And nothing bad. And I just said, hey, look, you got to get that shit off there. And I explained to her, I'm like, look, if you're this stuff stays with you. You look at people, and I hate using this word because I do not like it, but like the cancel culture. And there was a girl last year that was I don't know what she was, renowned gymnast, and like she had this college career and like this professional career that was absolutely ruined by one like TikTok video or something stupid.
Oh yeah, I
she said.
remember that. Yeah, I
Hey
remember
man,
that.
I appreciate you letting me on. I got some stuff I got to take care of.
Yeah,
before I go to
thank you for popping in. And I actually filled in for Dr. Art, but every once in a while I have a live. You're more than welcome to come in and chat and all that. It's been great having you, man.
All right, you guys take care, man.
See ya.
Great meeting you, man.
I'll speak to you.
Yeah, it's
NZ
nice to have
Mopar
that technology next to you, but yeah, it can definitely come back to bite you in the ass.
It can, and I've had to tell that to my daughter. And you know what really scares me? Maybe it's just the old man in me that's coming out, but like, what happens when this age group is in power of everything and they've been used to it their whole life? Like, what's that going to be like?
We're screwed.
Do you know what I'm saying?
We're screwed. We are. We're screwed.
So, real quick, I just want to give a shout out to Alva. He's in the chat. LB Bruins is in the chat. Mopar Nut. And obviously Kim's still here. But what I did do is, like, if you go back to the chat, there's different links. But I did post a link to NZ Mopar. Actually, really cool guy. Let me do something here real quick. Let me throw if anybody wants to come in. I'm probably look like an idiot fumbling around on this because I don't do this whole lot. But I'm going to put the StreamYard in there if anybody would like to join.
It is a little different when you're the one on the controls, isn't it?
It is. I'm going to get a new laptop to be able to do this better and all that. And but yeah, to me, it's scary, Tom.
It is. I mean, my daughter's 13. My oldest is 13. And she doesn't have a cell phone at all. And she's asked to have her own YouTube channel, and it says no. And when I take her to school, even being in a private school, I think she's the only one that does not have a cell phone.
Yeah.
And she kind of, she'll say like, "Oh, everybody else has got it." And it's like, yeah, everybody else is, doesn't have a dad that does what I do or has been a law enforcement officer in the past. I know what kind of stuff can come from it. Yeah. And it's amazing the kids are there, and we notice it. We know that the stuff is being tracked for the simple fact that the insurance company, when we had the whole face mandate and all that stuff,
yeah,
the kids would be recording themselves inside the school without a face mask, and the school got contacted by local authorities.
Yes.
And it was like, how did they even know? I mean, so after that point, the parents got together and basically said that all these cell phones have to be turned off at the door. They do not go inside, no recording during the day, during games or anything like that. And even if they want to call mom and dad, they have to go to the office, use the office phone, or go outside. They're not allowed to take it inside the school.
Yeah.
I can't, even my daughter, I mean, I'm sure all your kids, they download music. Mm-hmm. They just go on whatever YouTube channel and look up, modern day hits or whatever. And the other day, my daughter was listening to something. I'm like, what do you got on there? And it was some like sexual content type song. And I'm like, no way, this ain't going. Because then, of course, my younger two are sitting right next to her listening to, jamming out. It's like, you can't be playing that kind of stuff,
Right.
the accessibility to harmful things
is right there.
Way too easy. Way too easy.
So you guys are. I'm probably the youngest one in this chat, but it was pretty risque as a young youth, 12, 13, 11, thumbing through a Playboy looking at some muff,
Yeah, that's all we had back then.
And now it's like they can do
TV.
Now they can literally do anything.
TV if you had cable.
And it's scary. And Tom Cook said something about P.O. Box. Like everyone in this chat, we talk, and I know a lot of people have my address changed in decals. That's fine and all, but like if somebody like hits me up and they're like, "Oh, hey, I want to send you something that I don't know, never heard of," I give them my P.O. Box because I do have one. And the reason being, I haven't said anything. Like somebody, it was an Instagram thing, right? And a car person, something just gave me the willy, so I gave a actually car and cigar type group, and I like cigars. And I'm like, okay, send me a cigar and your decal. And he didn't send me a cigar. And
That's
I'm
a
like,
good comment.
yeah. And I'm like, okay. And you just can be never really too safe. And I grew up in a law enforcement family, and it was kind of an odd, eclectic way I grew up. So my mom and her family are from Eastern Europe, came from a very oppressed area, political asylum, right? So you have like that kind of Orthodox conservative background. And there was my dad, who was wild in the 60s, kind of a broken family, ended up becoming a cop, but still had the hot rod in him, and he still does. So it was like this major balance, but like my dad like taught me a whole lot about a bunch of different stuff in life. And one of them was basically like, live life, do this, but you got to be safe doing it. And a lot of times, obviously, I wasn't, but hey, you live and learn.
Hey guys, I got to jump off for the evening. It's been great being on here, and I'll see you
All
guys.
right, Patrick.
Great seeing you,
Take
Patrick.
it easy.
Take care.
Thanks, Patrick.
See you guys.
But my dad and I and my son have the same name, Tom, right? And
Yep.
I haven't drank in a long time. Well, I was at a bar one night, and long story short, this guy, someone said my full name, and he just was all over me, and I'm like, what the hell's this guy's problem? And long story short, my dad had arrested me. If my dad arrested you, you really had to screw up, right? He was a very lenient, sensible police officer. And that's basically what I told him. I just said, hey, get lost. Whatever your problem is between you and him, right? So and the whole night, man. And so I go to leave the bar, and the dude is like waiting by I had a Jeep at the time. And I'm like whatever your problem is, it's like, it's between you two, And the guy wouldn't move, and I said, hey, just knock it off. And it didn't end well for him. I'll just put it that way. And of course, you know what happens then? Cops show up, this, that, and the other. And long story short, I found out like the reason this guy had gotten arrested is because he was kind of one of the local peeping Tom type guys, and would get caught doing that. And he had just got out of jail, and like the last person that arrested him, that put him in jail, was my dad. And it's like, so you were doing something absolutely stupid and finally got caught again and again and again, and you're mad about that? And
yeah, it's. I know. Okay, so I was security forces MP while I was in the Marine Corps. And then when I got out, I did 6 years volunteer SWAT team for our county. And when the calls come in, they would give you the address that you're going, and you'd have a preventive meeting as far as what you're going to do, what vehicles, who is filling what position, whatever. Out of those 6 years, it was the same 5 houses that we were called to. It might not have been the same people. It was exactly the same 5 houses that had the problems. And it was normally drug busts.
Yes.
And it was like, once people, once they would get their community of dealers in, trafficking or whatever, they would wait for like a year until somebody got kicked out of the house, and they would move in, because then they know the traffic going in and out of the house is not abnormal, so the neighbors don't say anything.
Yeah.
But the cops are on it, thicker than shit. They're watching it constantly. I mean, it's sad. Most of the people that we would have to, take in or whatever, they would be from decent families. It wasn't broken home stuff. It was more kind of like the rich kids that when they went off to college, they would get into the wrong crowd, and they would kind of be like that, American Pie, where they would just go out and party and anything they could do to get laid or whatever.
Same
so they
here.
get into the drugs, and it was a matter of months, or within the first 2 years for sure, that they would run into somebody else, their drug dealer that was getting a marijuana, and they'd be like, "Oh, you gotta try this. This is something a little bit new and different or whatever." And within 2 years, people go right from marijuana into meth and a lot of the harder stuff. And they would constantly get busted time after time and after time. And each time they would come back with something harder. So their sentence would get longer and longer. So it's like, how the hell are people, 30 years old and they spent their entire 20s in jail for minute little things that started out with marijuana? That's kind of where I went with my last video, is that I understand where some of these, some people say, "Oh, marijuana is not that bad," or it's legal now, and if it's done responsibly, it's not a big deal. And
drug.
Yeah, but if you use it so often that you get used to that comfort zone, it starts to wear off, and you need more and more and more. And then you run into these dealers that are lacing marijuana with the hard drugs. So all you have to do is just, you don't even know you're taking it, and next thing you know, you're hooked. And I know, Jeff, you're in the central Illinois area.
Yeah.
I know, like 15 years ago, I traveled down to Hannibal, Missouri, and I can't remember the Illinois town that's right across the border from there.
It's horrible.
But we went to Hannibal, and my buddy lived there for a short little time, and we drove there in the wintertime, and the place was vacant. The only stores that were open, or only businesses that were open, were pawn shops. And I thought, oh, okay, that's, for a dying town or whatever. And he goes, no, he says, literally, when I moved here, there was no pawn shops. There's a lot of restaurants and tourist type attractions with like Huckleberry Finn and Tom Sawyer and stuff like that. He said that one of the drug dealers got a job at the local restaurants, and he was spiking the food with methamphetamines.
Yep.
And he literally got the entire town of Hannibal, Missouri. Anybody that ate at their local, what the hell was it called, country kitchen or something like that, within like 2 or 3 months, they had a major meth outbreak of people getting hooked, eating food that was laced with methamphetamines.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, like around here, I went to a small school. Like my buddy Kyle and I went to a small high school, and I live outside that town. I mean, you're talking like 40 some people in our class, and we still had the cool old school teachers and shit. Well, I had seen one, like an old PE teacher, all that type of stuff, and you kind of nailed it to a T. It's like back then, it's like kids are out running around, they're having parties, maybe smoke a joint, they're chasing tail, but they were respectful to their elders, their teachers. And I was sitting there talking to them about some stuff. Hey, good night, Shop Cat. And he looked right at me, dead serious. And this guy was never dead serious. And he's like, these kids, they don't respect anybody.
That I believe.
Yeah, and that starts at home.
Yes, it does. It does. And
because we have a generation of parents. We have a generation of parents that want to be their kids' friends. And you can be a cool parent, but you're still a parent. You're not their friend.
And that's what I always try to push. Like, I'm probably not the cool parent. I have fun with my kids, that and the other, but man, I just don't want to be the cool parent because I don't want to enable them. Like, I know my daughter's done some stuff. We've all done some stuff. And it's like, I talk to her about it, explain a lot of things, not like the shame on you, scold. It's like, you got to realize, like, you got to realize a couple things. Cousin Eddie's in the house, John Wilburn. But I told her, I'm like, in today's world, if you have friends that are like, hey, try this, I'm like, the scary part about it is in today's world, it's not the kids. Hey, I got a joint, or something else that was popular when we were growing up. It's prescription medications, so they think they're safe. Like you hear about kids swapping or whatever Adderall, and that's just one salt amphetamine away from methamphetamine. And it's like, yeah. And John Wilbur says, Dallas and I went through 100 yards of Cairo, Illinois to get to Sykeston on Saturday. I have yet to set a foot on the ground in Illinois. I don't blame you, John. Like, I don't. Like, things have changed a lot. This state has really gone into the ground. When I was a kid, things were still much better. Al, thank you. Enjoy your sports tonight. But it's changed so much in the state of Illinois. I call it Illinois now. And it doesn't need to be that way. Because there's a lot of hardworking people. There's a lot of good businesses. There's a lot of there is a lot of things that could be an attraction in the state of Illinois. But when those attractions are surrounded by not good things, who's going to want to go see it?
It's like up to an oasis in the middle of the desert.
Yeah.
It's not worth the trip.
LB, have a good night. He's going through a little bit of medical stuff right now and all that, so wish him some luck.
Good luck out there, LB.
He's an old school guy, a really cool guy, and he's just got some hard things going on. So wish that guy some luck for sure.
Yeah, we'll be here when you get back.
Yep. And John Wilburn is correct. Dart sport is the answer to anything. But yeah, it
should be 42 dart sport.
Yeah.
It would be the answer to the question of the universe.
Yes. Racers and rods, have a good evening. Yes, we'll be in touch about what we talked about. But yeah, Illinois, like it used to be a bustling state, Used to be a bustling state, and it's no longer.
Well, I mean, it's like where I came from in Washington. I mean, it was great growing up there, but I'm glad I moved away.
Yeah.
I couldn't live up there now. I feel bad for talking Mopars. Huh?
Jeff, would you say Illinois has gone down since Obama was the governor?
No, it was before that. So, in my opinion, I don't even remember the name Pat Quinn. He was the governor of Illinois, right? And he obviously in Illinois you're gonna get one political party in power all the time. Pat Quinn got in, did some things that weren't so great, but then he tried fighting back because he saw that in some ways unelected bodies out there had more power over government than government, which in some ways that's good. But he decided to fight back and say, okay, the taxpayer is kind of getting screwed on some things. We want to change some things. And it primarily was unions, right? State unions. And one of the problems is he mimicked almost exactly what that Scott guy did in Wisconsin about, kind of making the people in the unions pay more for their health care percentage-wise and pensions and all that, because Illinois is in trouble. He got sued, and they sided with the unions because the Illinois state constitution has been gerrymandered so much where what he was trying to do might be legal in one state, but it wasn't legal in Illinois. So basically the only way to fund it more is tax more, get more tax money, right? And that was the writing on the wall. To me, that was the writing on the wall civic-wise, because it's like, okay, now that this opens up the door so everybody knows the Illinois state constitution is so gerrymandered, so messed up, that your power is going to go unchecked against a lot of things. Now, for the common citizen, that's great. But when there's a lobbying group that does not represent everybody, that's a bad thing. And we've been downhill since then, man.
Yeah, obviously, being in Wisconsin, we have a lot of tourism from individuals from Illinois.
Yes.
So a lot of times people that, go work in Chicago or whatever, they have vacation homes in northern Wisconsin. So the tourism, which is, multi-millions of dollars each year, is affected by how much money individuals from Illinois can bring with them, or how much money they can spend on a vacation home up here.
Yes.
Well, as you were saying, Scott Walker, the former governor, even though he was considered to be a Republican, he went after the unions.
Yes, he
And
did.
he actually eliminated the unions. And at first, he wanted to eliminate unions, period, across the board. No unions in the state of Wisconsin, period. Not allowed. And eventually, people started complaining that the law enforcement unions, the fire unions, and even the teachers unions lobbied against it. So he would lift restrictions not to shut down all the unions. But now what has happened is you've taken that leader from the teachers union, and now he's our current governor. And anything that he can do to screw over anybody that voted against the teachers union, they're doing it.
Right. Now, okay, so when I talk unions, I have no problem with private sector unions. I don't like public sector unions. And, the guy that they credit with a lot of progressive stuff in this country is FDR. FDR didn't even want public sector unions. He saw the writing on the wall, the dangers of it. And that has gone out of control. Like if you look a public sector union, whatever their pension, healthcare liabilities are, they have to be fully funded. Otherwise, they are breaching all kinds of financial stuff. Public sector unions don't have to be that way, and that's why Illinois is so underwater. And a lot of states are.
Yep. Yeah, that's. I mean,
best wishes, Big Mike.
Yep. I've only worked for one company that's ever been union, and obviously that was the Paper Makers Union, which was also boiler makers at one time. It was also the Tire Union, or Rubber Manufacturers Union. And when they started closing down, the Firestone plants, or even like Jefferson Chevrolet dealerships and stuff like that, all those unions got in there and tried fighting for it, and they all lost. So they just took what they could to combine together to still collect union members' pay, but they lost zero negotiating ability for their workers. So if you went to a union shop, especially where I was at with the paper mill, they would offer, the company would come out and say, "Oh, we're going to offer you a 1% raise every single year."
Yeah.
And it could be turned down by 98% of the workers. They would turn around and say, "Okay, we're going to offer you 2% the first year and then 0 the following year for the contract." And all of a sudden you would have 51% that would vote it through. And it was like, there's no way in hell that the majority of the people working in a paper mill agreed to take a 2% increase.
I agree.
0. So we obviously figured out that the union was, throwing us under the bus, and they weren't representing us whatsoever. So we all the employees within the place boycotted it. They cut their production. They would call them more often to work, and basically take it out and say, "Fire us. We're going to make more money off of unemployment." At that time, this was before Scott Walker came in, because at the time in the state of Wisconsin, you could collect unemployment for up to 2 years at 65% of your normal wage.
Yes.
When Scott Walker came in and got rid of the unions, he cut it down to where you could only collect unemployment for 6 weeks for an entire year. So then people are like, "Well, we can't get fired because now it's going to take us more than 6 weeks to find the next job."
Right.
So,
and the thing is like, I'm not anti-union. I'm anti-public sector power union. And going back to the representation piece, a friend of mine was a union official, if you want to call it, up in Chicago for masonry. And he was a very big proponent of this, and I think that's probably why he has his own business now that's non-union down here. He didn't like the fact that, there was not a representation when it came to union dues and political donations. And he always thought, well, why don't you take a private vote? So if you raise $100,000 or whatever, and 54% are Democrat and 46 are Republican, and that's how you split up your money. And the big answer was always absolutely no. You don't do it that way. And it's like, that's not really representative of the of the people working for it. Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you, Jeff. One thing that happened to me that really spoiled me from going to union meetings when I was a union electrician. We had gotten a pay raise of about 50 cents, and then I think it was 3 months later we had our health and welfare went up. Oddly, 50 cents. Well, we go in there to vote on who's going to pay for the pay hike on the health and welfare. Was it going to be the contractors or the members? I go in there, and they had it three ways. Either the contractors would pay it, we'd split it, or the membership would pay it. Well, when the votes came through, not a lot of people voted for the contractors to do it. I voted for us to split it 50-50. And then when it came for the people to vote, every shop rat in the place raised their hand, and the place was packed.
Mm-hmm.
And I got to talking to some old timers who are like, "Yeah, that was a useless vote because all these people, they call them shop rats. They get in good with the bosses and they just stay there. They never get laid off."
I mean, you look at how that
they send them
revolves
down there to vote.
Yep.
You look at that in the automotive world, like, so back in the late 60s, early 70s, there was a lot of stuff going on with the unions and sweetheart deals because everything was taken off and all that. And, we're paying for it now, but it's like there needs to be a fine balance of all of that. Like if you're going to have that union representation in the automotive world, you got to do it so it's going to be sustainable down the line. I mean, if you look at how much cost per vehicle for health insurance, pensions, all that, and GM, you'd be absolutely surprised how high it is right now.
What the auto unions did is they were kind of smart about it. It was wrong what they did, but they were smart about it. They'd say, if you don't give us the 7% raise this year on the line workers, we're just not making cars this year. The auto manufacturers couldn't do that.
I'm happy with the cost of living.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We got a.
That's what they did.
Speaking of cars, Just Mopar Joe hopped in, and just want to give a shout out to him. That car that he is painting is absolutely looking gorgeous. And mind you, we're having a great topic and all this, but I do want to say this. He did a video on kind of like emblems or no emblems on cars, right?
Emblems.
Exactly. It's like, no, you got to have that classic font on there to say what it is, not shaved.
Well, half the people nowadays can't read that font anyway.
Yeah. It's written in cursive.
It kind of depends on what you're doing with the car. If it's like a complete custom, you might not want the emblems. But if it's a
I just like the fact
correct, you want them on.
Yeah. It's like a gorgeous car. It's a gorgeous paint job,
Oh, it's sweet. Then I'm just glad to see he still has the emblem. Sometimes he gets whacked, takes a whack or something and breaks in half. People throw it in the garbage. Back in the day.
Well, I used to go junkyard hopping around a lot when there were still a lot of cars around here and there, and if there was an emblem laying on the ground, I'd always grab one. Put it on a toolbox.
Those were easy.
I have the emblems off of every car that I've ever, scrapped that I owned that I didn't sell.
I usually kept parts and pieces because most of my shit goes to the junkyard too. I drive until they die or won't pass.
There's just nothing left.
Yeah.
Well, my mom had a 97 Grand Caravan. It didn't have very many miles on it, and the cam broke in it. Nice van, white. It had it was a sport. Had a little vinyl purple, big Nike sign upside down. It was a nice looking van, white aluminum rims, looked great. And she gave it to me if I wanted to put a motor in it. It took me 3 days. We drove it. We drove it for 14 years.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it wouldn't pass inspection no more. And my brother lives in New York, and he wanted it when I was done with it. So I dropped it off to him, and And he tied for first place in a demo derby with it.
That's the whole thing about that's one thing about old cars, right? So if you think about it, like let's say Don, I'm just gonna say your parents are probably much older, right?
Yep.
And so let's just say back in 1963, your dad bought a nice big old Chrysler New Yorker. It was the talk of the block. It was beautiful. It had all this nice.
No,
cool
it was a big Buick something.
Okay, whatever it was, right? It was cool and it was nice and it got the family around and it had class. It wasn't trash. And then years went on, he passed it down. You ran the hell out of it with your friends, and then you were done with it. It got passed on to here. And maybe some college kid in the late 70s bought it for $100. It's leaking oil, it's smoking. He drove it back and forth to his job to help pay for college, go see his buddies. And then, down the line, at one point, it's going to end up Barrows ran it over with his monster truck, maybe. Tom bought it for parts, or I got it for a demolition derby. You are not going to see that with today's cars. The overall just eclectic lifespan of a vehicle.
Oh no, they're just appliances nowadays. They're not cars.
Right, they are.
If I had to go buy and get another car today, I wouldn't even know what to look for.
I wouldn't either.
I forget what year Ford Freestyle out here. I'm waiting for the transmission to fall out of that. I've had an all-wheel drive malfunction in it since I got it.
Yeah, and
it's a one-wheel drive right now. I can show you in the wintertime.
Well, what's funny is a lot of states now with the EV stuff and the hybrids, they're putting a surcharge on the licensing for them.
Really?
Yeah, because they're not getting as much taxes on the gasoline.
Oh, they got to get it somehow.
They're going to get that money somehow.
Well, see, in the state of Illinois, like they're, obviously it's a bait and switch thing with the electric stuff because everyone's like, oh, I get this. Oh, I can go charge it at Hy-Vee for free. Oh, I don't have to pay a gas tax. I don't have to do this. Well, that's all changing now. The bait and switch has happened because what's going on now is it's like, oh, what do we got here? We got all these people. We got all these cool people with their electric cars. They're helping the earth. They're doing this. They're doing that. Well, now it's like now you got to pay for the charging.
Right.
Oh, wait, now you're going to have a different meter thing. Oh, wait, now you're going to have to pay a different style tax. Oh, your license plates fee is different.
Right.
So they're going to get you, man. They're going to get you.
They're talking like $150 to $300 on added to your license plates if you drive like a Tesla.
Yes.
Well, this is going to sound a little bit weird, but everybody remembers that little stamp right on there.
Tax stamp?
Yes.
Yep. Here in Idaho, that's $2.75 that goes to the state.
Yep.
Every gallon of gas is
73 cents
here it's almost $1. So every time you drove your big block in, filled up the tank, bought a pack of smokes, you got county hospitals, you got cheap health care, we got roads that you could actually drive on. So they got everybody to quit smoking.
Well, this goes
cars, and look what we got now: roads you can't drive on, and health care that nobody can afford.
This is where I'm going to go with this. Okay, I am very, very libertarian in my tax views. I think it's immoral to tax a man's labor, and it was for the very longest time. Thank you, Woodrow Wilson, on that. But like, you hear government, the greedy oil companies, or this, if it's a sin tax. Now, gas is obviously a sin. And when you boil it down and you're looking at whether it be alcohol, tobacco, especially tobacco and fuel, you sit there and you go, wait a minute. The government is actually making more money off taxing something than the actual companies. And then you hear the evil healthcare debate. But you look at, like, a friend of mine always rallies when healthcare costs go up. And I asked him, I said, what are you drinking? Pepsi or Coke or whatever. I'm like, what's the profit margin on that? Well, I don't know. Okay, go look at the profit margin on your healthcare, not on your prescription stuff, but on the actual healthcare. What's the profit margin? Well, I don't know. I said, then don't bitch about it. And I tell them, it's like, hey, 3%. Okay, and I'm not defending healthcare companies. I'm not defending anything, but it's like, average is like 2 to 3%. And then I'm like, you're drinking your Coca-Cola, yeah, 15%. So then don't bitch at me. If you're going to go off of these evil companies making money, look at the profit margin and then complain. One happens to be a much higher cost. And now, if you're going to sit there and rail against a gallon of gas, well, go and look to see actually how much that gas company's making off of that versus what the government's getting.
Well,
the
yeah,
government's making
I know
more money.
When I worked at convenience stores, the convenience stores only make 3 to 5 cents a gallon.
Yeah, they don't
off the gas.
And I think I mentioned
They
this
make
in a
nothing.
live a couple of weeks ago when gas skyrocketed, and they were talking about like, our government's like, we need to have a committee to look at to see if the gas stations are price hiking. It's like, wait, time out. You just screwed the country, and now you're going to blame it on these guys. And then this was in Washington, D.C., and these gas station owners got together and proved, hey, you people bitching about, or you politicians and all this bitching about this and the other, we're making more money on a cup of coffee than a gallon of gas.
Yes.
But people don't, out of order garage, people don't want to see that.
Gas is just there as an advertisement, basically, for everything in the store. Gas is just to get you in on the property. That's it. They make all their money out of the store.
And I always look like this way: the American
money on gas.
You do, especially if you like right now, like if they had to go buy gas, whatever they pay for it, if it was to drop tomorrow significantly and they got to drop the prices, they're going to lose.
No, right, because that happened to a buddy of mine's dad.
Yeah.
Yeah, see, that's
he filled up his
business aspect.
Yeah, because my friend Jim.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Travis.
I was going to say, my friend Jim, his dad owned, I think, 7 or 8 mobile stations when we were kids. And gas had gone up a little bit, not like it is now, but he had filled his tanks up in all his stations, and then gas dropped like 50 cents a gallon. So he had to eat that money because he had to drop his prices down with everybody else.
Yep.
In 79, that's when my dad quit the nuclear site and opened his own shop. And that's what it was. It was a full-service gas station. Had 2 bays and
full service.
Full service with the little ding ding.
Ding. Yep.
He only had that for 2 years, and he went under because of the gas.
Yep. And okay, going back to something on Illinois real quick. Illinois gas prices are bad, but Just Mopar Joe says, my wife is from Peoria. Her uncle and grandpa still live in Joliet. Sister still lives in North Aurora. Okay. I am 45 minutes from Peoria. I was just there yesterday for a baseball tournament. That town has just gone from a very respectable blue-collar manufacturing, Caterpillar supported everything, clean town, to shit. Okay, everything else is the same way. I really feel bad because there's a lot of cool things about it, but it's has gone bad. Now, Joliet, it's the same thing. And like, I have to get back to the Land of Lincoln about 3 times a year. And it's just like, you could probably ask your wife about Peoria, like the good old days. And some areas are still good. And same thing with Joliet. But man, Illinois has just been going down and down and down. And I used to love going. Peoria had a minor league affiliated baseball team. Pete Van Auken Stadium. It was the Peoria Chiefs. Many, many, many famous baseball players played there. Used to be a great neighborhood. In fact, right not too far from it was a civic center. Great concerts, monster truck shows, Barrows back in the day, especially in the 80s. You can't go there now. Yep. You wouldn't want to walk there by yourself, let alone having your kids around.
Well, you guys know the Mall of America in Minneapolis, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so it was built in the early 1990s, and from the onslaught of the build until about 2010, it was a huge tourism destination. The very first place in the United States that they allowed a mosque to be built after 9/11 was in the Twin Cities, right across the street from the Mall of America.
Yes.
And now, if you were to dare walk into that place, It's only a one story now. It was originally 3 stories tall. There's only enough stores that have the first floor. Because it was, I believe it was 2 years ago, there was a white kid that was in the food court on the second floor, and two Arabian, people grabbed him and threw him over the railing.
I remember seeing that in the news. Yeah.
So,
Wow.
I mean, within less than 3 years, it went from, probably one of the most expensive places to live, and property values were very high, to now you can't get people to rent out houses for like $300 a month within like a couple blocks of the Mall of America.
Wow.
Yeah, and the thing is you look at every major metropolitan area, there's still so many good people there, like so many good people, but when you get that creep of bad into it, it's hard for those people to survive. And it's hard for those people to live the way they want to live. And, just like in Illinois, Peoria has a lot of great stuff to offer, but there's so much bad creep coming in. Joliet, everything. Aurora, Joe, if you're still on here, cable access TV 10. It's not real. It was Wayne's World. Okay. That was Aurora, Illinois. That was like a highlight of Aurora because at the time it was still like this mini Chicago suburb, just normal people, kids having fun type place.
It was cool back then.
Yes.
That's why I like my little town here. 22,000. It's as big as I want, big as I need.
Where are you from, Don?
Central PA.
Okay. Real quick, DRC. You played in Peoria in 1993, so I'm guessing it still Pete Menachem Stadium or whatever it was, but he probably played with a lot of up and coming talent. When I say like up and coming talent, not a big sports guy. When I was a kid, I was always big into Chicago Cubs. Like Mark Grace was there, Ryan Sandberg. You had so many great. Albert Pujols played there for a little bit. All these guys, like, if you're a sports person and you want to see what I'm talking about in this little town that Caterpillar basically made on the Illinois River, just look up Peoria Chiefs history and you'll see so many cool baseball players out there. Now I'm really intrigued who this guy really is because it's like I might have seen him play when I was a kid. Because it was cheap, man. You could go there, and it was a great little stadium, and you could get good seats, watch these guys play ball, much cheaper than having to travel to Chicago or St. Louis, And they even had their own baseball cards, if I remember right. Thanks for hopping in, Joe.
Hey, go back a little bit, Jeff. What was the last question from Just Mopar Joe? Something about how many car links NSB was going to get to Redbeard?
Oh, yeah. NSB, how many car lengths you putting on Redbeard at the No Name Nationals?
Was there another call out between those two?
I don't know. That's a very good question. And this is probably one of the coolest names ever. Max Wedge, Dick Dastardly. John DeWilburn never looked at a new job. Okay. I know what he's talking about on there. Not sure yet, Joe. He says, let me see if I can get this up there. Not sure yet, Joe, depending on how much anti-venom the old motor can take. This is going to be interesting because NSB is legit on everything.
I'm already having a blast.
I am too.
I'm just a spectator and I'm loving it.
Let's see here. Dancing Alone with Reynolds. Have you noticed?
That's the only difference.
Yeah, I'm building my.
Yes, it is DRC,
but that's probably not the engine I'm going to be running on Saturday.
Yep. Okay, so real quick sidebar: DRC is asking if Big Owls isn't still in Peoria. Peoria is a very blue-collar, hardworking town. Sports, civic center, movie theater, fishing, boating. It is just the typical average guy. And they used to have a drag strip back in the day back there, and they still have a lot of circle stuff there. Big Owls was the gentleman's high-class club for a while. But now Peoria is known for a lot of places like that, but they are more or less a lot more than just looking. I don't go to them as a teenager, or I think at 21 we would go to Big Owls because it was like a clean, cool place. But now it's just bad. Yes. So DRC, yep. So okay, so it was with the Brewers then in '93. I'm gonna have to look because like that was 14, and it's like I loved baseball then.
Brewers, let's see here. We can narrow it down because there was basically only four, well, I'll say five famous Brewers that didn't come from Central Wisconsin AAA baseball.
Yeah.
Robin Yount, obviously.
Yes, great player.
PJ Surhoff, and who was the big guy that ended up going to the Sox? He was a home run hitter back with like Mark McGwire and stuff like that in the early '90s.
Fielder,
Cecil Fielder.
Yeah. Yeah, that was there was some good baseball back then. My son plays baseball and he's a little guy, but the kid throws heat, and he's super fast. Like he's 13, but he hasn't hit his big growth spurt yet, but the kid is just lightning fast. And like last night, or we were in Peoria for this tournament, and he just lays down the most perfect bunt. And like, a kid like that, like you're not going to catch him, and it's fun watching that, And then he gets up there and pitches, and they see this little guy like, oh, he's just going to be throwing slow, and it's like, holy shit, he's got an arm on him, Yep, Mr. Will's dying breed. Okay, this guy here, I don't know if anybody's seen him or not. He has some very cool movie cars, right? And you got to check him out. He's got remember the Fall Guy? That truck.
The Chevrolet pickup.
He's got one
GMC,
of those.
I think it was.
Yeah, he's got one of those. I mean, he has just got some really neat stuff. So I'm going to go ahead and put a link in there. And so NSB says making call out videos in order. We've been covered up with work and are working on videos when we can. I think he's probably got something brewing on that. Bigfoots and Mopars, if you want to call it a race NSB, I'll call it I'm putting on an exhibition. See, that's the type of cool stuff I like to see. Tom, how's your car coming along, man?
Well, we've gotten the same rain as you have the last couple of days, so I haven't been out there very much. But I've got everything that I was coating with the Cerakote. That's all done now because that's stuff I could do in the oven inside the house. I still haven't found a set of tires yet. I'm almost thinking about going with. I know we got the Circle Track tires, but I'm almost thinking about going with some like pro touring size tires, like 18 to 20 inch.
Mm-hmm.
Just for the simple fact that after I'm done with the car, those would be the easiest to resell. So I'm thinking about going that route, but I'm not sure yet. And then after John and Dallas's the other night talking about the awards that they're going to have, that made me think about a couple of things I want to put on the car to make it more, more cool looking for these junior judges that they're going to have. So when they see the car, I'm going to try to basically go for that award as having like the most unique car or something like that, oddball car. The fiberglass hood thing, that turned out pretty good. I cut that and I wasn't able to use the sides of it, but I think I'm going to use those on the back of the car for the rear air dam or rear foil that's underneath the rear bumper. Mm-hmm. So all I have to do is stretch the screen across those two pieces, and they're going to be rigid enough. So I don't have to buy even, stainless steel or any kind of sheet metal for back there. I'm using that whole entire airfoil.
Nice.
Was the other thing too? Fuel lines. Trying to think what else. Oh, and then the steering box. That I got the aluminum steering box. That was a surprise. That's a massive chunk of weight off the front end.
Yeah.
And then I still have to pull off the panel that goes over the driver's door and cut out all the roll cage side impact stuff there. I know there's at least 100 pounds just in that side door.
Yep.
Easy.
There's a lot of weight.
I scaled the car without the motor and transmission in it. So the drive shaft was sticking in the car, connected to the rear axle. I was at 1,328 pounds.
Wow.
So between a 9203 transmission and a all cast iron small block Chrysler, that should put me in about that 1,700 pound mark.
Yeah, maybe 18.
That's going to be
80.
a hell of a power to weight ratio, man.
Well, that's why I kind of figured when I challenged Redbeard, I basically looked at it as that I figured he would have. I didn't realize he was running alcohol at the time, but I kind of figured with that setup, if he was running gas, he was probably in the 800 to 900 horsepower. And his car probably 32 to 3,300 pounds, just from his videos. And I worked it out that he would have 2.15 horsepower per pound. When I did my calculations on if I get 430 horsepower as I'm shooting for, I'm actually at 2.25 horsepower per pound.
There you go.
Even if I'm a little less on horsepower, say I'm only at like 390, if I can take out an additional 250 pounds, I still will maintain that 2.25 horsepower per pound. Now with Redbeard, obviously running alcohol, I didn't really take that into account because I didn't know his car was alcohol at the time. He's probably pushing closer to probably 17 or 1,800 horsepower. So my call out with him is basically driving skill. I think I can outdrive him. I think he's going to either not be able to put the power to the ground, or he's going to break it on some kind of previous race, either weeks leading up to the race or Friday. If he gets another grunge races, he's going to end up breaking something from just so much power. So kind of banking on just driver skill and the
Yeah, I totally get you.
Yeah. So,
that's when the pit thrash starts.
It does.
Yeah.
And so I just put a comment up there earlier. NZ Mopar Outlaw Customs talked about we were talking about different stuff. My dad still has. Let me click that back up on here. I just want to say something real quick because then I got to ask you a question, Tom. My dad has the bike I rode in the movie The World's Fastest Indian. That right there is fucking badass. And I like cafe racers. I'm not very knowledgeable on the whole motorcycle scene, but NZ, my neighbor, he's I'd say early 60s and very quiet guy. Opened his garage door one time. It is full of Indians. And they're all the inline fours. And he took me to an old shop not far from here.
Yeah.
Back in the day, went off on his own and actually had permit. Am I freaking out?
There,
Yeah.
You froze, man.
Oh,
but pretty bad.
Oh, but this guy's dad would cast all his own Indian stuff for customers and had like all the stuff he did, for customers. It was absolutely badass. Like I couldn't believe what I saw in this guy's garage. So real quick, Tom, I got one question for you on this. What do you think your chances are then?
Well, I'm still thinking that even if he's at 1,900 horsepower, and if he can plant it to the ground, he's going to be probably a consistent low 610s, maybe 590s. I think he said he ran 590s with the old setup.
1,700 horsepower, 3,500 pounds.
Yeah. I had an older Pinto with a 460 big block in it. It was actually a 557 with P51 cylinder heads on it, and that was just over 800 horsepower. And that car weighed 2,100 pounds, and I was running low sixes with that. This car obviously doesn't have,
1,700 at 32 should be somewhere around a 460.
well, that's the thing with, if you do the calculations to the time you run, you have to take in the losses there too, because even the greater your horsepower is, even with a lower weight, it takes more to accelerate from a stop. So
Yeah,
like,
once you get up 120, 130 miles an hour.
The faster you go, the harder it is to go faster.
Right.
So you can have that, 7-second car, and you can get into the sixes fairly well. But to get a 6-second car into the fives takes a long time. It actually takes quite a bit more power. That's what's I'm not used to running 8th mile, so this is what's all gonna be new to me, is that I'm used to running that quarter mile where that third gear plays a big role into your acceleration. I mean,
yeah,
you're
at the end.
For a street car, 120 miles an hour, that's pushing a street car. I mean, aerodynamics and all that stuff.
Right.
When you're getting 8th mile, aerodynamics doesn't come into it until you've hit 70, 80 miles an hour.
Right.
And that's probably only like 100 feet,
That's why I like 8th mile with the trucks, because once you hit that 8th mile, it slows down because you're pushing a brick through the air.
Right.
The truck is not aerodynamic at all.
Right. And that's what this car, the guy that actually owns the chassis, we can't run that car in circle track anymore. They don't have classes that allow leaf spring cars at all. It's all gone. Wow. It's all gone to metric chassis. But because it was a previously registered circle track car, we can enter it in as a nostalgia car at Road America.
Right.
So after the drag race, some of the stuff I'm doing in suspension isn't going to be just for straight line. It's also thinking down the road is that next spring, we're going to enter this car in at Road America under the nostalgia class, and we're going to build a 340 Mark Donahue engine to run at Road America.
Nice.
So, real quick, Joe Brennan is asking how many of you guys are going to the No Name Nationals. Joe, on this here, as far as people competing, it's all of us, and a lot of people in the chat too. Some not, but a lot of us are. I'd say majority of us are going to be racing there. We're all friends. We've all got to know each other. We're all going to really probably start talking a whole lot of shit to each other once our cars are done and just having fun. But if you ever see that, it's all very lighthearted. I did post I did post a link to DRC's channel. If you go check his stuff out, I mean, absolutely legit. So, Joe, there are some cars out there that are just beyond legit, like Redbeards, DRCs. A lot of these guys, Bigfoots in most parts, those guys are at a whole nother level of like what we're doing, and they are just badass. Tom's build's very unique because it is a power to weight ratio going a bunch of horsepower. And I can say this, Tom, if I had another year, that Thunderbird would be going on a massive diet.
Yeah.
Oh, if I had another year, it wouldn't be this car. It'd be the other one.
Yeah.
For sure.
Dust Devil said he's got 500 on Venom, by the way, Tom. So
that's fine. Like I said, I mean, I've watched. Obviously, Redbeard has a couple of videos of test and tune, with the front end off of the car. The engine, the 540 cubic inch, alcohol injected, all that stuff is stuff I'll tell you guys right now. I work for Wagner engines, so most of the stuff that we make for Evinrude is 1,000 to 1,200 cubic inch are going to offshore boats. That's what I do for a living. And some of the diesel engines that we're building for like bigger tugboats and stuff like that is 11,000 horsepower.
That's insane.
And that's completely custom built. There's nothing on those engines that you can buy in the aftermarket. Everything is made by hand. And just visually watching Redbeard's racing, the video that he shared of the car going down the quarter mile or eighth mile, whatever it was, with the front end off, he was not giving it full bore. He didn't have full power in there. For that combination, that car was actually running slow on that run. Whether he's having issues or whatever, he just wasn't, showing it. And then I've also watched videos from NSB with the Lenko. The Lenko is very, very high performance. The power that he's got in front of it, and I think he just said it a little while ago, he's got 900 horsepower. Most Lenkos are, behind cars that are making 2,500 horsepower. So even though he's got the speed of the shifting of a Lenko, he's still going to be running about the same time as a 900 horsepower engine or a car. Now,
so this is the exact same debate between Uncle Tony and a 318 powered lightweight. He's going to bring out all the old school drag racing tips that he invented probably, and Andy Wood from Unity Motorsports with that unbelievably cool, here's my inner Ford tunnel rammed engine in that truck that's much heavier. And I've talked to him, and he's even said this in lives. There's a lot of people like, there's no way he's going to beat, there's no way Tony's going to beat that Casper. Power to weight.
Weight is
power
everything.
to weight. Yes.
Because drag racing is power to weight and traction. That's all it is.
And Kim did say she's in the monkey bike division, okay, for the No Name Nationals. I did put a link out there. Go check her out because she's actually turning oil pumps into like a mini supercharger, which is really theoretically it's just absolutely cool. So, that type of ingenuity. And anybody listening right now that's not part of the No Name Nationals, I think, in my opinion, one of the coolest things about all this is just the uniqueness. What everyone's building. Somebody's like, I'm going to turn oil pumps into a supercharger. I'm going to take this streetcar dirt track thing or asphalt. Sorry, Tom. I'm going to make something on a budget that I'm going to call out because my power to weight ratio theory on paper is legit. And I'm not saying you're not. Like, I know you are, but if you start really diving into it, there's just all these different mindsets of things that are going on. Then you got the big boys like NSB Customs and all those other guys. They're bringing some heat, and that's a whole nother ball game. But like everybody is very unique in this. So
such a variety. I'm building just basically.
Let's go cover the whole spectrum.
460, throwing it in a 58 Fairlane, driving it there, and sending it down the track. I mean, the only thing not stock on it is probably going to be an Edelbrock carburetor.
Yes. And
it's the fun part of it, the community building part of it. It's just the whole experience of it.
Well, yeah, and like all these different cars, like there's a level of mystique. Like when I first saw Travis, I'm like, okay, this guy's quiet. He's got this air grab pops out of a hood of a Dodge truck. Like that's like a level of mystique. DRC, ex-baseball player, somewhat quiet. He pops in these lives. He does these cool videos, and he's got monster horsepower. It's like it gets you thinking. It's like your instinct as a car guy, like when you're young, and you see that 70 Nova that looks plain Jane, but it's got a rattle and a thump to it, and you're going, I wonder. And then you pull up to him and get your doors blown off, and then So
and then
Yeah. I mean,
because there was a guy. Go ahead.
I mean, most of like I said, this build it just kind of fell in my lap because I was going to originally build a 73 Satellite. So I wasn't really taking it serious, but the more I've gotten into this car, the more I've been changing things about it and stuff like that, the more serious I am. Almost to the point where I was like, oh, I got a couple of 440s. I could throw those in there. I'm going to be a lot more competitive. But when I honestly realized that even with the 440 Ironhead, I would be producing 150 more horsepower.
Yeah.
But I'd be adding, with all the different components, probably another 500 pounds back onto it. So it's like, okay, I'm going to,
Ken.
Hey, Ken.
It's funny you say that, Tom, because like when I got this car, like back at my house, and it was the whole idea of just getting it up and going again. And then the No Name Nationals things came out, and my original intent was to build something Ford didn't. And I started researching that Thunderjet motor, and it's like, wow, I could actually just do what Ford didn't do and do a Cobra Jet Thunderbird, right? So I had got the shaker. I was looking at the emblems, actually having Phoenix Graphics design like the graphics package for it, go with like a certain style wheel Ford offered, and just make a legit Cobra Jet Thunderbird. You know, that was my original intent. And then it's like, okay, it's a heavy car, and I like that. At that point, it was like, it's just going to be somewhat of a sleeper. It would stay 429 and have like 370s out back or whatever. Then it was started seeing a lot more stuff. I'm like, F this. I'm just going to go all out because, there was a couple things that really changed my mind. Cobra Jet stuff is not cheap, especially the factory stuff.
No.
And I can make a whole lot more power and just go a different way with it. And like Ken is a great guy. Ken's got a great channel. Cobra Jet, yeah. Like it's like you just might as well like never plan on retiring at that point.
Well, I mean, Cobra Jet, Hemi, and what was the Chevy one? The 98? Was that their big one?
What's
the big rat motor?
The L88? Was the L88? Well, the L78 was the 396.
427, yeah.
Yeah, it was a 427. I can't remember what the engine code was, but that was, any of those three is just money. You might as well just start throwing money.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah. And, it's all fun. Like with Redbeard, I said earlier, we're going to do a call out just over a rooster and a duck. Where are you going to see that like at an NHRA national event,
Yeah. Yeah, that's why I know you asked me specifically what I thought the spread was going to be. I'm shooting for 650s. And if I think he's in the low sixes or in the fives, whatever, that's going to be the spread. But that's not the only thing. I will be able to run 650s all day long. I'll be able to do that over and over and over again. And I'm not going to be breaking crap.
Yeah.
Once you start getting a high horsepower, the more you get that engine on its edge and, putting the parts max to it, it's just a matter of time. It's just a grenade waiting to go off.
It is.
And, I mean, Jeff, you're finding out now, the more exotic you get with engines, the price goes up, obviously, as you see. The parts get more rare. And you start to, when you start to go out and beat on them, you don't necessarily give 100% to them because you're always kind of like holding back because you're like, if I break this, it's going to cost me 10 grand.
So it's a good thing that you bring that up, Tom. So I was talking to my engine builder today and all that, and I got spam, and I don't know how to get spam out of here.
I was just going to say, you made the big time now, bud.
They probably heard me talking about it. Put user in timeout. Block user. See you later. Let me know if that goes away. Did it go away? Did this?
Well, it won't go away. It'll just roll off. They should be blocked.
Okay, so
we'll see in a minute.
Block user. Come on. I hit block user. So we were talking and okay, bye. Bestcams.fun, hot girls and boys 18 plus. Okay, cool. Thanks, John. Long story short, I'm not going to put it on an engine dyno, and there's a whole bunch of reasons why. And one of them being is when you have a lot of very knowledgeable people in the racing world say, look, it's a legit engine shop. Thanks, NZ. Appreciate it, buddy. And they say this guy's really legit on this, that, and the other. However, you are building something exotic. They might not understand and, not tuned right. If it blows up, you're effed. So basically when the engine's done, we are going to put it in the car, break in the cam in the car. They're going to tune it with me, and we're going to drive it and get all the bugs worked out, and then we're going to go to a chassis dyno with it. So, make up some mods. Okay, so Big Block 402, get a hold of me on Instagram, and we'll talk about that because I have no idea how to do that. And Yeah.
You add them on your channel. It's
Okay.
it's kind of funky to do it, but you can add them. But if you have a good dyno operator, they'll start out slow with low timing and just work up nice and easy.
Yeah.
It ain't any worse than you starting your car anyway. If you have a good now there is a couple people that I know that bought dynos and want to just run them to the red line just as soon as they fire it up.
Right. And that's not obviously what
That's not the right way to do it.
That is definitely not the way I want to go. And like, these guys I know they're old school and they've been around the world a lot, but it was one of those conversations you have for a long time. And it's like, okay. And I talked to Kyle about it and we're just going back and forth, all these different ideas. It's like, you know what, if these guys have done it a million times, we're going to do it. We are definitely going to do it.
Hey, Jeff, I'll tell you something real quick about my motor. When I got it in, they dyno tested and tuned it in the shop in California. When I got it here to Memphis, it took me another 2 weeks to get it straight for here. Because it's different elevation, different air, different everything. Now it was broke in and I knew everything worked, which was great, but it still took me about 2 weeks to get that thing hammered out.
A dyno is only a tool. It's
Right.
nothing else.
Yeah, it's just to get the engine right and try and get it close. And once you get it on the street, you got to retune it anyway.
Yep.
Okay, that makes sense.
It gets you your starting point, and
right.
It's like a bore scope when you're when you're shooting. It'll get you close, so you don't have to take your shoulder out getting it in there.
Hey, Wendy, I've only got allowed 6 people total to come in.
Well, I'll jump out real quick.
Okay.
Yeah, I gotta head out anyway. Everybody, great seeing you.
Yep.
All right, Barrows.
Jeff.
Thanks for joining.
Man,
all of you
guys. Here
guys.
late now.
Hey, Barrows. I'm gonna ask you just like I asked Jason. If you would send me an email with your phone number, so I can ask you some Ford questions.
Oh, sure.
I got this
Ford
problem. Small block.
I'd put it out here, but I'm afraid that other guy up there earlier would get it.
Just shoot me an email.
Hey, Barrow, send me an email at 2hacksgarage@gmail.com.
Sure. And if any of you want to contact me, my email address is on my homepage.
Okay.
That's where mine's at too.
Yeah, but I'll look you guys up.
All right. Thanks, Barrow.
So real quick, I'm not trying to sidebar here because I'm an absolute technologically illiterate whatever, and I work in the world of technology, and I have for many years. Long story short, John said something about the 3 dots next to the YouTube stream to do a moderator.
Probably to the individual you're trying to.
Oh, I blocked them. Yeah, I definitely blocked them. And I figured out how to put people in timeout. I haven't put anybody in timeout. I put the porno freak in timeout.
Wait, come back in 20 minutes.
1 second.
I was waiting to hear the answer to this one. Well, I'll catch you guys all later. Great
later.
seeing you.
All right, Barrows.
And I'll get in touch with you.
All right.
Okay. Thanks, Travis. Thanks, Barrows.
I was gonna leave, so we need to get in.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
Barrows is leaving.
Okay.
So if anybody else wants to jump in, just holler. I'll jump out.
I've got John Wilburn. I got John Wilburn and Wendy wanting to pop in.
All right, I'll step out and get in the chat.
Before you go, Travis, I'm gonna hit you up here sometime. I got some Mopower related questions I need to talk to you about.
All right, yeah, just shoot me an email with your phone number. My email's on my.
I got you on Facebook. I'll just shoot you a message on there.
That'll work. All right, I'm gonna jump into the chat.
All right, hey Travis, I'm gonna give you a call tomorrow. I gotta talk to you about a set of heads.
Oh, you got the camera working.
The boss is in here. Watch.
Yeah, I'm the boss.
John, I'm trying there, buddy. Come on, add to stream.
There
There
he
he is. Cousin Eddie's in.
Cousin
Hi,
Eddie.
John.
150 down to 150 already.
That's it. That's all you got.
Jeez.
Getting there.
I'm less worried today than I was 2 days ago. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, I saw that big jump you got there.
Yeah, felt pretty good about that.
Okay, so
are the allergies still kicking your ass, John?
Yeah, not as bad as Saturday though.
Well, your voice sounds better.
Well, I have one.
Yeah, right.
You Dallas and I were going to shoot a commercial out there at Jeffers, and boy, that really got hamstrung.
Didn't happen. Huh?
We do have a commercial we're working on. You'll get a kick out of it.
Oh, I'm sure.
Real quick, Cousin Eddie, what do I need to do to have a moderator?
You can't do it through StreamYards. You got to go over to YouTube where the comments are struggling, because obviously you're adding your moderator to YouTube, not to StreamYard.
Okay.
So you go over there, and when you click the 3 dots up in the corner where you can manage comments, it'll give you an option. It's the easiest way to do it. You can also go in your studio and post link and do it all that way, but you don't have to do that.
Okay. All right. Let me see here. Well, we'll figure it out if the spammers come back in, John.
Right.
Somebody. I know.
You're not getting hit hard yet because you don't have 100 people in a live, but
no, I don't. So I know NZ Mopar NZ Outlaw Garage. He's going to be one of them in Rob's Rods and Streetcars. So I'm going to have my Australian buddy and the American buddy. So wherever side of the hemisphere or wherever side of this world they're coming from, they're gonna take them out.
You can do it later, like after the stream. You can find them in the comments of other videos. It all works the same way. But it's easiest to do it if you get even on a chat replay. Go back to a chat replay and find them.
Okay.
That's the easiest way to do it.
That works for me.
Yeah, Jeff, you need mods.
Yes, I do.
Wow, he's being so popular now.
This is actually fun, and like I wasn't gonna do a Monday night live, and Dr. Art got a hold of me and said, "Hey man, I'm busy, not feeling so hot. Can you take over the reins for the night?" I'm like, "Yeah, sure. You know, I got a bunch of yard work done and all that type of stuff." So it's like, "Yep, go ahead. Let's just do it."
No, you did a fine job tonight. Didn't have a lot of 0 minutes on the. Trying to think of how Uncle Tony puts it about, you got to keep the conversation rolling, topic, whatever. But
and I'm definitely going to say this up front. Anything's on the table. Everyone's very respectful. We're all obviously not going to agree. And, but at the same time, it's like, hell, let's just have a good time. Let's have fun.
I'm just hanging out with the neighbors at this point.
Yeah. And okay, he's like, hell, we'll race below sea level a lot down here in Florida during fall and spring seasons. That is just crazy. See, Blakers in the house. So, John,
go ahead.
How's the house going?
We're to a point where we can scale back a little bit of our time. So, I'm getting the guy to come in. We're going to be doing some plaster work this week.
Oh, I hope he's good.
Yeah, he's a little Amish guy. Weighs like 100 pounds.
Oh, them Amish guys, man, they'll fly everywhere.
Yeah.
You gotta check to see if he's got the battery operated tools.
Yeah, I'm curious.
Well, now when nobody's looking, he'll plug in and rock and roll.
Get away with what you can get away with, I suppose.
The worst part is I got to pick up and take back that crew every day.
Yeah,
right.
So I've got to drive out in the middle of Egypt where their community is.
Oh, that's got to suck. How many people you pick up?
Well, I don't know, just a couple of them. It's not a huge job, but it's just.
I don't know if you could fit about 14 in the van.
Nah, we'll be all right.
Oh yeah, you can. You can lay them down on top of each other.
Well, now they probably their convictions will probably not allow them to ride in a van that looks like that.
So real quick, Joe Brandon's asking a question, and I can't answer this because I don't play in the world of modern ethanol. supplemented fuels or even E85. But so he's asking, how hard has plug reading become with modern ethanol supplemented fuels? And on top of that, more or less E85. So if somebody in here can answer that, please do, because that's a very good question.
That's a good question.
Wait, what's the question?
How hard it? Yeah.
It takes much longer runtime to get an accurate reading on a plug because the fuel burns so much cooler.
Okay.
I was gonna say, from all I've seen from people who run E85 and on LS stuff, like they read plugs just as they read plugs than anything else. I haven't heard anybody saying it's harder or they got to run them harder. So
Wendy's just figuring this camera out. That's why she come on.
It's all backwards to me.
Yes, it's backwards. If you want to point over there, you got to point over there. Or if you want.
Yep.
Why did I got that?
It's a little different because E85, it burns cooler. So, for instance, if you were to run your engine on gasoline 5,000 miles and then read your plugs, you're going to have a much brighter, much more visual effect of what your spark plug is actually doing. You're getting a more accurate color to it. Where if you run E85, now I'm not talking anything else other than E85 right now.
Yeah.
You run that same spark plug for 5,000 miles, it will just start to discolor. Yep. It won't be completely imprinted. So it's a little harder to read it. But I mean, basically, on modern day cars, your ECM is set up to be able to monitor that anyway within ranges, factory ranges. But ethanol, the thing with E85, I should say, E85, is that it's very inconsistent from tank to tank of gas. So the octane reading and the air-fuel ratio that it gives you between each tank is not going to be as precise as regular leaded fuel.
Okay. I see that.
That's a good answer then.
It's just the age of the gasoline and the temperatures. Right now, if you were to take, say, if you went last August during the hottest part of the summer when it was dry, and you measured the octane rating of your E85, that same fuel right now, say in the upper Great Lakes region or whatever, same pump, same supplier and everything like that, your octane rating is actually going to be lower because it absorbs the alcohol, the ethanol in it absorbs so much condensation, so much moisture, it lowers the octane reading.
Okay.
So to offset that, especially turbos and higher compression cars, you can jack up your compression or your boost quite a bit because you're not exposing as much heat to that spark plug. So you can actually run a spark plug that's like 2 heat ranges colder, and you'll have the same results in power that you would normally with gasoline, where you'd have to jump 3 or 4 spots of a spark plug, to get the right ratios from different times of the year. On our snowmobile, we had LS3s, 3 of them. Between the naturally aspirated, the nitrous, and the turbo running E85, we ran the R5, which I believe that's not the Champion. I think that's the AC Delco number, the R5. In the nitrous car that was running on Turbo Blue, which is 110 octane, with a 300 shot, we had to run the R6s, which is only 1 temperature range warmer. But our turbo car was putting out 28 pounds of boost. That equivalent, that was equivalent to 500 horsepower more. So we're doubling the naturally aspirated number, but we only had to go 1 number up in heat range. Our naturally aspirated LS3 snowmobile, the very first edition, That one we ran the R7s, and that was the factory 1101 compression with leaded fuel. So it's just that much of a difference. Even with adding 22 pounds of boost with no intercooler, we only had to use a spark plug that was one heat range cooler compared to the nitrous or the gasoline one. When we bought our E85, we bought it at the time in 50-gallon drums.
Oh, wow.
Just in that one season, basically going from like the straight line races that we would have at local bars and on the Wisconsin River and stuff like that, all the way up to the snowmobile world championships. That was 6 weeks. Our octane went from, it was like 112 octane. It dropped down to 99 octane in that exact same 50-gallon drum.
Wow.
That's how much it absorbs. Once you crack the seal on that, it's constantly absorbing moisture from the atmosphere. So it's not like you're gonna, we see all these fine barn finds. See if we could get them started with gasoline. You're not going to be able to find that with ethanol cars. Ones running ethanol cars, the stuff that's sitting inside of their like fuel injection units 10 years from now, won't even start the car because the octane level is going to be,
minimal.
Yeah, it's not even going to be enough to fire the engine off.
So all right, I was just wondering with the gas prices nowadays, the flex fuel's like quite significantly cheaper. And her van runs on flex fuel, and we've been running that, but it's running just as fine, or just as well as it's been on the other. Normally run regular, but this
it's cheaper, but you lose about 30% of your mile per gallon because it takes 30% more E85 to run at the same value as it does gasoline. So if you switch over, I noticed this in my car because I filled up the E85 a couple weeks ago. And I went down in fuel mileage about 30%, like to the nose. And I ran the math on it, and like overall, even with my loss of fuel mileage, it was still like cheaper within a couple cents. So like if you want to save a couple cents, yeah, it's cheaper, but I mean it's almost not worth it because of the loss in fuel mileage.
Yeah, and I don't know where you're at, Don and Wendy, but here in Wisconsin, they just passed it today that the ethanol fuels were cheaper at the pump than gasoline. They just added a new tax.
Yep.
So
saw
now
that doesn't surprise me.
The E85 is exactly the same price as the pump.
Man, they can fuck right off. Who the fuck let them vote that in?
So here's the. Yeah, I agree. That's also being talked to here in the state of Illinois. I have a big question. Not a big question, but I just want to know because I hadn't talked to John in a few days. I've been buried, and I know he's been working with his house. What is new? What is new with the no-name Nationals?
Well, right now we made our blueprint of Jeffers.
Yep.
We are going to be putting up a 40 by 12 billboard right on the interstate. That's going to be cool.
40 by 12.
40 by 12. Yeah, it's a good size. I was kidding with Tony. I said, we're going to put an 11-foot high Tony on that board and say, everybody come greet me and give me a hug.
Oh, no, you can't touch Tony.
Well,
sure we can.
You can make him slightly nervous that we would actually do that. But no, we wouldn't do that.
Tony actually asked to hug me.
We measured up for signage, and we're getting an estimate on that this week.
You have to be 6 foot away from Tony.
We're measuring up for signage. We've measured the fence. We're going to be putting out a video soon. I'm going to try to work on it tomorrow. Hopefully get it up really soon. But you guys, since I'm here, you guys get the inside track. There's 660 feet of wall, right? And there's two sides to it. So the entire spectator side of that wall, we're going to let participants hang their own banners.
There you go.
So you can bring a 3-foot by 12-foot banner, and there will be room for at least 55 of those.
Wow.
Crap.
Well, put my name down on one of them, John.
What's that?
I'm gonna have one made, but I'm gonna do that.
Well, the first come, first serve, and there's room for at least 55 of them. So if you want to promote your channel, and you want to hang a banner where a lot of people will see it, that's a good place to do it.
I'm gonna do it, and I'm gonna make mine. I'm gonna do a little bit of a trick. I'm gonna let you know because I've done banner stuff in the past, and I'm gonna make it glow in the dark.
Well, it can't be any more than 3 feet high. It can't be any more than 12 feet long.
That's fine.
And it's got to be made out of something that's going to attach to these walls. So there's little studs on the back. We're going to have to get some specifics on how to attach them. But there are at least some. What's that?
Hey, look at this.
I don't think zip ties will do it.
No, zip ties is not going to do it. We'll figure out the specs of how to actually attach banners.
So that, yes.
Tapcons and big washers.
No, you can't be drilling into Larry Jeffers' walls. He wouldn't be happy with that. We got an interesting twist. It's going to be for the burnout competition. We didn't know exactly where we're going to be having this thing, so we've got 2 spaces scouted out, and they both have challenges, but they're both really cool. We're going to decide on one or the other. We're going back out there at the end of May, here in about 4 weeks, and we plan to put the banners up, and we got to do some neighbor PR. And then we're going to decide on the burnout pit, and then we're going to film our second commercial. We filmed some stuff for our first commercial Saturday. So you'll be seeing some of that, and it features one of the participants. It's meant to be funny, and I think it is. So be on the lookout for that.
Repeat on 3. You said 3x12.
Yeah, 3x12 is
pretty good size.
Most you'll be able to do. There's 36-inch walls, and even the 36-inch wall. That it counts the taper. So that 36-inch banner is going to be tapered over the edge, but it works. There's others like that.
Okay. So with that, that's awesome. I'm going to be getting on the old internet thing and see that there's I'm going to post a link to a channel. Irish Outlaw Garage. I'm going to have to represent because he's Illinois.
Also, your banner thing, here's another option. So Schultz Sign is looking to come to the event. Schultz Sign is who that we're working with on a lot of this stuff. And we may do a little something for the participants on banners with them. And it also leaves the possibility that they might be able to deliver it to the event for you.
Yes.
So hang on that. I'm just giving you an inside tip that it's coming up.
Okay.
But you may want to talk. We may work out something with them so that people doing banners through them, they can keep tabs on it, and that way, there's space for everybody and all that stuff. So, but anyway, you just know it's coming up. Know that it's coming up. It'll be free. You hang your own channel banner to promote your channel. I think that's pretty cool. See if NHRA will let you do that.
No, they won't.
If they could put a fee on it.
So
that's actually really, really cool, John, because like I'm not touting my own channel here, but I am. But like I made this miniature bumper sticker thing, and it would be like aspect ratio perfect for that, and the colors are great, and visually it's appealing.
Bigfoots and Mopars. This burnout contest, you're welcome to watch it. But I will say we got some interesting stuff planned for this burnout competition. We got 2 spaces, and we measured everything out, and there's pluses and minuses to it. Obviously, the ideal would be if Mr. Jeffers wanted to pour us 100 by 100 concrete pad.
Oh.
But that could be a possibility for year 2. But we got 2 really good spots scouted out for year 1, and I won't want to tell you what they are yet. But when we commit to it at the end of May, we'll do a video on it.
Nice.
It promises to give you something I'm sure you've never seen in a burnout contest before.
Oh, this is going to be interesting.
Well, I can't say what it is.
It's
something you've never seen in a burnout contest before. The video won't look like any you've ever seen in a burnout contest before.
Okay.
So, John, just a kind of a dumb question here. Obviously, I want to paint my trailer, the back tailgate of my trailer with a No Name Nationals, and AHRA. If I do that, is there any kind of copyright infringement that I'm painting it on there exactly like the logos for that?
I mean, we've been given, the participants limited license to use the logos for non-commercial purposes. I mean, the biggest thing that Dallas doesn't want, obviously, is people selling No Name Nationals merchandise, right?
Right.
Gotcha. I mean, because that contributes to paying for the event. I mean, I'm not making anything on this event at all. We're going to cover the track. We're going to cover the personnel. We're going to cover the staff. We're going to cover all of that stuff. And if there's anything left over, it stays in the No Name Nationals bank account to roll into the next event. So merchandise sales are important to that. If I have enough seed money from this year to go to next year, that helps us get better deals on things.
Yep.
Sure.
Helps us prepay things. I mean, we'll be able to do more with that.
Yep.
If I can do that for a couple of years and it's successful for a couple of years, then we have more options still. I mean, I have no lack of ideas how to make this event better and better. It's just you got to make the first one successful to make the second one successful, to make the third one successful, and that's where the money goes. So, we want to make sure that people aren't using it for commercial purposes to make money. But
and that's kind of why.
Yeah, I mean, if you'll put it on your trailer, that stuff's fine.
Okay. And that's kind of like the decal I drew, the Woodstock logo with no names. That's why I'm giving them away. I'm not going to make any money off of it. I just want to do it where, I thought it was a cool idea. I'm into music. I've even got original Woodstock tickets. And it's like, you know what? I think it was cool. And I actually reached out and said, hey, this is what I want to do. I don't want to make any money. And it was like, yep. Because, I used to work in the world of helping promote racing stuff and the history of stuff, right? And one of the worst things is the guy I was doing stuff for would see a knockoff product. And it's like, that's people's income. That's
Danny Boyd there is saying, just don't let it get to the Bank of America No Name Nationals. No, it won't. In fact, we've met with people and we're not doing naming rights to this event for a reason. You do the naming rights to something, what happens is they wind up ripping off your event because the public then thinks that it's their event, and it's not. It's not their event. It's our event. Okay? Yep. So naming rights have never been on the table. People have asked. Big places have asked. But no, I'm not interested in that. Now, we do have some sponsorship opportunities, and we were talking with Buzz at Roadkill Customs, and we are enjoying working with him in that sponsorship partnership with Buzz from Roadkill Customs because he genuinely wants to help the No Name 500 guys. He's making that class better and all it can be. And it's helping us pay some bills. And, that's a good relationship. And Buzz is a real car guy and a participant. And those are the kind of people we want to work with. I have no interest in working with Bank of America on this.
And there's a question Rob's going to ask, but one thing too is like the one thing about Buzz, he knows how things work. He knows how to help. He's lived this. He's breathed it.
Right.
And anybody listening that is trying to get advice on channels, the biggest thing I'm going to say is constructive feedback is a must from people like Buzz. Like if he gives you advice, never take it the wrong way and just look at it as like this guy is here to help and he doesn't want you to do things that are going to fail to help you succeed. He's going to be honest, straight up, and he's going to help you.
Rob's Rods and Streetcar Desk will always be at this track. How do I know? We still got to make the first one happen. So could it be? Yeah, it's possible. Might it not be? Possible also. But let's throw in behind this one. Let me tell you, that is a great facility. I was there Saturday. I walked it. That track's going to hold anything we bring to it. That is a true national event track. Larry Jeffers builds ProMod chassis. You don't think that his personal track is going to be sloppy, do you? I mean, he sells his race fuel. That track's well prepped. It's a good facility. We made a list of little things that need some attention, but I got to tell you, that facility is great.
Yep. I'm just going to shout out to Mongrel's Garage out there real quick, and I'm going to post a link to his channel. So So with that, John, you're talking about the track. It's legit and all that, and that's good to hear.
Yeah.
Surface prep. What's that like?
Oh, it's great. It's a national event prep track. I mean, that's one of the best prep tracks I've been to.
Nice.
I mean, they really take their time and do it right. I've been to bunches of, I don't know how many hundreds of tracks I've been to. And I've looked at the starting lines, and as you know, tracks are not made equally. There's a track. Yeah, I don't want to say. There's a track near here that the starting line, I literally think that they poured it and they just took boards to trowel it off, right? It's like the C Squad patio guys did the starting line at this track. And they drug it with a tractor tire a few times, and they called it good. And nothing fast can get down there, right? So I've seen tracks all over the map. Then we have a real world-class 8th mile here, Motor Mile Dragway. It's all concrete, no expense spared. Matt Hagan, the top fueler, his father commissioned that track to have it built in 2005. Unlimited money into that thing, right? So I've seen the whole spectrum. I got to say, of the whole spectrum of tracks, from stuff that a go-kart can't hook up on to something you could run a funny car down, Jeffers is right up there at the top. That's a good track.
Yep.
And we're going to spend
That's
the
good
prepping for you guys.
So Redbeard.
That's good to hear.
Look it up.
The thing that we're going to have we got to work with, most of these people here are going to have street tires, and most of them have never been on a drag strip. And I have a feeling we're going to be fighting people trying to tear up the prep. So that's going to be probably the battle of the weekend is fighting the people who tear up the prep.
Yeah, because street tires tear it up, right?
Well, street tires
are bad for.
There's a
prep,
lot of
right?
things. There's a lot of things that will tear up your surface. I mean, a guy with 215 hard Michelin street radials doesn't need to try to do a John Force burnout across the starting line. I mean, that doesn't help anybody, right? I mean,
no, but it does help if you're going for that Showman Award.
Well, they can leave it in first gear and maybe get the biggest oil down when it breaks a sprag out of the transmission.
Oh Lord,
that's a good track, and hopefully we can get a run order that keeps it that way. We still got to iron that out by seeing what people are planning to bring. But
hey, John.
Go ahead.
I can't hear John.
Hey, Wendy, I heard you.
Hey, John, did you talk to the money that was made for St. Jude's?
St. Jude's.
Yeah, so we're going to have somebody come out locally to take a check on the stage there.
Oh, great.
That's going to be cool. In fact, I want to get them assigned to put up on it too.
About the 5-gallon jug I told you about.
Yes, that's cool. What'll probably happen at the event is you'll be able to do something there with Vizard. You'll probably do a simple raffle with Vizard. I want to have somebody come out locally to take a check at the event on Saturday.
I could have stickers made
Yeah.
for that jug and put on it.
Okay.
Well,
let's wait just a little bit on that. We'll get there.
So here's something really interesting. So like this is another thing great about a community like this. Like we're doing the whole St. Jude's things. DRC Racing, he helps promote the bracket race of Bradenton, but like his profits go to cystic fibrosis. So like once again, the racing community as a whole is extremely hardworking, helping out people. We're gonna talk shit to each other in a lot of cases, but it's always in so many cases, not only are they pouring money into getting to something where they're not going to win money, but they're giving money to help others. So that's a really good plug. DRC, that's awesome.
Guys, I'm going to dip out. I'm going to go cook me a pork chop, I think. So I'll talk to all you guys later.
Oh, you got an air fryer?
No, I'm going to pan fry it.
Oh, air fryers are better.
No, this thing's like an inch thick. It's thick as shit. And it's been called, I've been meaning to cook it all week, but I'm going to probably be up for hours yet, so I better cook it now. But anyway, yeah, I'll talk to you guys later. John, Wendy, Tom, everybody. I'll
Ken?
Later.
See you, Ken.
Hey, John.
Yes, sir.
I know you don't want to necessarily give a list of the people that that are already, paid members.
Are you in a wind tunnel?
No, I'm sorry. I'm in my kitchen here.
Okay.
Oh, you probably hear my fish tank.
He's echoing really bad.
I know you don't want to necessarily release a list of individuals that are, paid for it. But could you compile a list of names of the channels and then maybe like the first name of the individual putting it on?
The problem with it is this, and we've talked about this a bunch of times. The number of channels registered, the number of channels coming to it, the number of cars they're bringing, the number of people are all different. And so any number I give is going to get spun and messed up on YouTube. Any number I give. So I figured that out right from the beginning. We have a bunch of channels. A ton of channels registered. I still get more every day. I got 2 more today. Problem is, there are channels that are not registered that are coming. Like Uncle Tony's Garage has mentioned numerous times. He's going to be there. He's already made his match race. He's made his video. He's not registered. I don't think he'll get registered until Kathy says the day before, hey, did you need to get registered for that? You know how it's going to go, right?
Yeah.
So what do you do? If I put out a list and he's not on it, oh, he's not coming. No, it's just a lot of channels like that. There's also a lot of guys out there who are saying, I'm not risking my $75 until I have 500 subscribers. Well, what do I do? As a promoter, do I tell them,
wait till they register and then you worry about them?
Do I tell them they're being a wuss? There's only so much I can do here. So
yeah, that's all understandable. What I was asking is, as far as obviously I know Jeff's first name and I know Travis.
The best thing to do. I thought about all the ways it can go and all the angles and all the ways it'd be misconstrued and decided from day one, I'm just not going to put that out. But I've encouraged everybody who intends to go to make their videos and hashtag them No Name Nationals. And right now, there's over 2,100 videos by 140 channels that are hashtagged. And those are just the ones that are tagged properly. Yeah. There's tons of others that aren't. So that's the thing. There's just so much out there. I think giving it up is going to be a problem. Because, and plus, too, there's a lot of people bringing more than one car. It's just, and there's people who've changed. There's a couple people who have changed the channel that they're working under. So, for example, say they were qualified with the channel they have and they wanted to do an offshoot channel just for this event. Well, that's fine. Then the problem becomes, well, what if that channel doesn't make 500, but they were already qualified on the channel they have? There are so many reasons why I don't want to do that. Muddy the water.
Yeah.
Is that kind of the deal with the junkyard jet guys?
Well, see, okay, there's another weird one. So those guys, and I'll just use them for an example. Let me look at my list.
They have a channel. They have a channel now. It's called something about Daddy's Money. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but it's like
Daddy's Money's Garage.
Those guys were the 15th channel to register. They were the 15th channel registered, and they registered under one name without a single video. And then skip way into the future, right? I finally, after Tony's live on Sunday night, I said, when are you guys ever going to put up a video? You guys are supposed to have a channel to do this. He says, we don't have anyone to shoot it. I said, I'll shoot it right now. So I'm like, okay. So they shoot the video, put it up. Oh, yeah, we changed our channel name. See, look at all that mess. This is why I just can't put stuff out because it's just a disaster. All people need to know is, now think about it. I don't have any mess. If people just see them put up a video, hashtag No Name Nationals, right? Everybody likes it. But if I try to explain the road that looks like this to get there, nobody would follow it.
Right. I just looked up Daddy's Money. They got 577 subscribers already.
Yeah.
Yeah, I figured they just take right off.
Yeah.
I knew it was going to happen. It's inevitable. God bless them.
That's why they didn't worry about getting their subs.
Yeah, it's just a matter of getting on the books.
But they still got a long ways to go on the car.
Yeah. I'll give them credit though.
They got to get it sorted out.
And that makes a nice
And
right now.
Well, I've been up there to the shop there and watched them work, and they're actually putting in the work. It ain't no BS with them. They're actually putting in
Oh
it.
yeah. Oh
So,
no, yeah.
I mean,
They're doing it.
they deserve the 500 subs, is what all I'm saying. I don't want anybody to think that they didn't deserve just because
they did
broke
earn
off from
it.
ponies.
I mean, granted that, you know, it helps working out Uncle Tony's garage there, but you know, yeah, they're doing it. They're earning it.
Well, I mean, both those guys and Al were unquestionably gifted a lot of subs because of where they work. But here's the thing: both those guys and Al have absolutely put the work in and done those builds themselves. They deserve what they have.
Yes, they did.
They got a side door, but they didn't need it. They would have gotten it either way. I don't hold anything against it, but that sure does
Did
make
Garrett drop out of the system?
What's that?
Did Garrett drop off the system?
I don't know. I didn't even ask him about it. I mean, I don't know.
I'll have to, Austin hadn't said anything. I'll have to ask him about that because I hadn't seen him on any videos in a while.
Real quick, I Chef Shade Tree, cool guy. I posted a link also in there. I'm just trying anybody coming in and see him talking. I'm trying to post links just so everybody can go check out all that stuff.
Hey,
trying to do my part to help others out.
Jeff, look at Don Drinker's comment there. I can neither confirm nor deny that.
I couldn't even find subs.
You have to watch.
When's that coming out, John?
As soon as I can get it together. I shot some stuff with Dallas, and we're going to put it out here real soon. I'll be here tomorrow. I've been out of town, since Friday morning.
Mongrel's pointing out something here for you, John.
Oh yeah, gosh, that was a fiasco.
John, it must have got your van started.
I should have done a video while I was. So I wanted to jump my van off the carry van this morning. My battery actually shorted a cell while I was down there. It's a battery that came in. It's only 2 years old, but it just it shorted out. Anyway, tried to jump off the carry van, killed the battery in the carry van.
That's awesome.
Yeah, it was.
I haven't looked like I am.
That would have been a good video.
Well, if
that would have been hilarious.
I'd have been filming the whole thing in time lapse, and it was pretty funny. But what I wanted to do, I think I'll do next time, I should have done a side-by-side comparison of the vans because the carry van's a 78 and mine's an 85. And it's interesting looking at generation 1 and 2 right side by side. I discovered all kinds of things I never knew changed. Little stuff. It was pretty interesting. Look at that.
See that right there. Look at that. Middle of February, I had 73 subs. Meshka Short put on March 5th. Since March 19th, the video has 436,000 views, and he has over 786 subs. Wow. Stuff just takes off. We were talking about Brailsford's Rides was on earlier. Was talking about the TikTok thing, talking about this video. People are talking about, hey, I do this. Look at what happened with Jay from Rabbit on what he did. Just exploded. There's so many different ways. There is no right, wrong. Or, there's like this no math equation to it in some ways.
No, there's not. I can't believe the cold start videos at 20K or 21K.
People like that stuff, and then you have I did a cold start video because I'm the world's biggest pussy in cold weather, and I just started my fireplace. That was my cold start video.
I missed that one.
Yeah, it was early on. It was like one of those frigid days, and I'm going, man, like I don't have a car to do a cold start video. And personally, I'm like, yeah, everyone's doing them, and and it's like I might as well do one. And I'm like, what am I gonna do? I'm like, it's cold. I'm gonna get my fireplace going. That's
what's up, Ruben.
Ruben's in the house. Oh, hey, look.
Everybody, how cool you were.
Saying I cold started both my Valiants just for me. And it's cool just watching that puff out the tailpipe when it's still cold.
Yeah.
Saying
Ruben's like getting like all hardcore on this car, man. He's going legit. He's getting different gears. He built that transmission. He's talking about a bunch of other stuff, some specialty heads. It's like,
yeah,
he's going downtown
pretty hard.
Yeah. Rob, have a great night. Thanks for popping in, buddy.
I think I'm gonna take off.
Right.
It's after 11 o'clock for me here. My kid's sleeping on the couch. So
11 midnight here, and I got work in the morning.
Yeah.
I'm gonna wrap it up in 7 minutes, everybody. 7 minutes. That'll be exactly 4 hours.
Yeah.
Wow. 4 hours went by quick.
Yep.
I would keep going, but I actually have to go into work tomorrow, so that means I actually have to get up early.
No, Dr. Artie had a hell of a lot.
Later, man.
All right, Jeff, you was asking earlier about the 5-barrel.
Yeah, like what's your fuel economy on that?
16, 17. I'm
not bad. Streetcar Chronicles is in here.
Kind of ballparking, but yeah, it's that. And it sucks through that 1 barrel. You can just hear the atomization happening because it's like a struggling vacuum cleaner, or drawn through that 1 barrel because it's what do you call it? Hood up or linked up sequential. I don't. My uncle built this car, and I ended up buying it, and it's like I haven't done anything to it because it's just unique.
Yeah.
I've rebuilt
real quick to Lunar.
What?
Oh, go ahead. That is a unique build. I was just wondering, like, what kind of fuel economy that is. But Lunar's he's laughing about the fireplace one. Lunar lives in a cold environment too in the winter. Obviously, probably way worse than I am. But I am telling you guys, like, if it's 70 degrees or under, to me, it's like no freaking way. I need hot weather, like New Orleans, middle of August, man. That's perfect to me. Yeah. Ruben, he's gonna do a hot start video soon.
Hot start video. Yeah, I'm curious.
Unfinished project? No, we don't sleep.
Yeah, we should.
Well, I don't have to. My next day of work is Thursday, so I'm good.
I'm curious what this would do with a second 4-barrel. I know it would open up, but the way this is, the linkages on this, that 4-barrel opens up about 3,000 RPM, and then it really wants to cook, but it still struggles with that 1 barrel in the back. But it's fun. It drives. I can do 90 down the interstate if I want to, and it'll go. And I can still pass people.
Nice. I can't pass anything right now. I'm on jack stands.
Wow, that'll change.
You probably pass everything but the gas station.
Yes. I took the Valiant to Ohio a couple years ago. I went out and visited my uncle that I bought it from. And I had, that white Caravan I had that my brother demoed, I got the spare tire out of that 225 16s. And they fit the Valiant. I got enough room for a piece of cardboard between the leaf springs and the. But tell you what, it really goes up the highway on them 16s. Let me tell you, with them 245 gears, you'd think you'd get better gas mileage, but it doesn't really.
Yeah. Yeah, mongrels. I'm a wuss with cold weather, man. I'm not built for that shit. And I've lived here like my whole life, and I always ask my mom, it's like, you grew up in freaking Austria, it's like, come on now.
Every year I hate
beautiful
more.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Lunar says he pulled an engine out of a car last year, was -12, wind chill factor was -30. So what's funny about that, a couple years ago, we got like extreme, like, instead of saying it's cold out, it's a polar vortex, it's like, oh, it's cold. And we had snow on top of that. Everything was shut down. But I needed to shovel, and you couldn't be out. They cold exposure no more than 8 minutes. I went out, bundled up all this crap.
Yeah,
I get back in, start unthawing, and my eyelids got frostbite.
Oh, dang.
Yeah. So streetcar, my Thunderbird, I'm waiting on head gaskets and push rods to put the rest of the engine together. And on top of it, my headers are done, which were expensive, and 5 months wait, and they should be in this week. So we got a lot of work we got to do. There's just been a lot of logistics going on of like people's schedules and stuff like that. My buddy Kyle's doing an awesome job on redoing a kitchen, so we're going to start hammering away at it pretty hard.
Wendy, by the way, have them come donate at the event. And we're going to have somebody from St. Jude's pick up a check at the awards thing on Saturday evening. That's what we're planning. And should do a raffle with Vizard. That's the idea.
Nice. Look at this shit. Nolan from Canada. Nolan's going to be one of the long road contesters for sure. He's coming from Canada. The coldest day I had this winter was negative 56 without wind chill. In what previous life did you do something so wrong that you deserve that?
No kidding.
That's the most pray to die weather I think I've ever heard of.
I know it gets down into the single digits here, and I hate it. But if you,
I just can't stand it anymore.
Yeah, I can dig it. Now I know why
Danny Boyd. I used to. Yeah, Danny. I hate it too. And Dan's talking about using an engine hoist to lift cabs, and the 4 people will do. Yep, I've helped a buddy of mine on Chevy trucks, and 4 people will do quite well on a cab.
I wish I could just go into a coma for January and February every year.
Yeah, hibernate.
So you know how animals hibernate? Yeah, it's like how animals hibernate. It's like, why can't they invent like something where you can do it, but you're mentally hibernated in the winter, so you don't remember anything. You still go to work and function and just go home, go to bed. You know.
Why can't I just winterize myself after Christmas?
Yeah.
You know.
So drink antifreeze, you'll be all right.
Come out sometime in March.
Yep.
Yeah.
Wake me up when the weather's nice.
Well, John, you got about the same kind of weather I get here near Memphis. The end of January and the 1st of February is the worst of it. The rest of it ain't so bad.
You guys are about 10, 12 degrees, about 10 degrees warmer, I'd say.
Yeah, but I mean, it's pretty close.
We're 2,200 feet up. You're not a lot farther south, but we're a lot higher in elevation.
Right.
Yep. Streetcar said he's still waiting on Holly. Shake my head, and like we're all waiting on stuff. Like I ordered something, and Rob Z from Jags is a great resource. And anytime I need something, I call him first because all the websites out there, if they show something in stock, sometimes they don't. And just a little heads up, call and make sure things are in stock.
Oh yes,
Jason,
make them put their hands on it.
Yep, Jason's Garage Incorporated, another great channel.
Irish Outlaw says it's like, why would you live where the air hurts your face?
It is. And, you know, he's a few hours south of me in Illinois, but Illinois is a long state. So, like, it is totally different.
We went through the most southern part of Illinois you can possibly go through on the way to Sykeston. There's about 100 yards where the states all come together, and you go through about 100 yards of Illinois.
So you passed through but didn't set foot in Illinois.
No, I mean, by the time Dallas was in 3rd gear, Illinois was behind us.
Yeah.
I mean, that was this. Cairo, Illinois. You come across one bridge, and you, as soon as you land on the other side of the bridge, you go from Kentucky into Illinois, and then you turn left and immediately get on another bridge that takes you from Illinois into Missouri.
Oh,
There's one little corner. I guess it's just big enough for a state trooper to grab you.
Was there any
and it's
close by?
What's that?
Was there any popo sitting in that stretch?
No, not in that spot. They were everywhere. We saw them all
They
day.
was everywhere. Yeah, I went with a road trip with a boss today, and it's like you better let up on that foot, and it's like over the hill there was 2. There was somebody. It was like 12:15 in the afternoon. They were giving some dude a sobriety test. It's like, okay.
So NSB says come down here for a couple months in Florida. Both my parents are retired, and they're always, even retirement, they were kind of busy there for a little bit. But that's where, not too far from you in Anna Maria Island, that's where they go for a month or so in the wintertime. And they come back and rub it in our face.
I still want to go spend a week in Key West.
Yep.
You know what? I definitely oppose driving impaired, but that sobriety test is the biggest bunch of garbage I've ever seen.
It is. It's bullshit.
They already know they want to arrest a person before they bully them into consenting to take it. It doesn't matter what they do.
So it's very subjective.
A person could do for the cop to say, "Oh, well, you're not impaired. I'm glad we did the test. You're on your way." That has never happened.
Okay,
it's very, very suggestive.
Well, the test
all
was
that
designed for a legal limit of 0.20 anyway. So, and they're still using the same test for 0.08 and 0.05, and the test was designed for 0.20. I mean, it's that's one thing that I don't know why nobody has challenged in court and won yet.
Yeah. It's weird because when my dad was in law enforcement, you know, like he'd been in law enforcement since the 70s, and he would even tell you how much things have changed, this, that, and the other. And this is no joke, John. I remember in my 20s, you know, cops would go through all this and they would do, you know, all their training, and then they would be with a cop for a little bit, you know, and, you know, a lot of it's, you know, real life learning, you know, that tacit knowledge. And my dad called me up one night and he's like, "Hey, where you at?" And I'm like, "Me and my buddy are at the bar." And he's just like, "Okay, cool. You guys drunk?" And I'm like, "What the hell do you think? You know, we've been at the bar since 3:00 this afternoon." Long story short, he came and picked us up because they had a couple new guys that were seriously young and didn't tell them we had been drinking, but we did sobriety tests, this, that, and the other, and neither of them got it right. And we ended up blowing, and this is no joke, John. We were well over the limit, but on the sobriety test, we would have passed. But yet, sometimes people, based on nerves, based upon whatever, could have a beer and fail it for the dumbest reason.
Well,
to me, it's way too subjective.
When have you ever seen a dog come out and not alert when the cop wanted it to? You ever see a dog come out and say, "Oh, well, the dog didn't alert on your car. You're free to go." That dog does whatever its handler wants. That's the crookedest thing. I can't believe.
Well, I had a dog go through mine and alert on an old hamburger I had.
A dog will alert on anything. A dog alerts on what the handler wants it to. The field sobriety test and the dog alerting are the two biggest scams in all of law enforcement. And I just can't believe those two things have not been to court and just shredded. Because
there's a lot of things there's a lot of things with the with all that I just can't believe haven't been shredded. Like you were talking about, like they're going by old standards, mixing it with lower BAC. And, you know, one of the things they used to try to trick people is say the alphabet backwards. Nobody knows the alphabet backwards. My dad does. But, you know, if you answer it, you know, say the alphabet backwards, and you say alphabet backwards because he just told you to say that, that's like a cognitive thing. Did they understand the question completely? Yes or no?
Right.
Say the alphabet backwards. Okay, I just said the alphabet backwards.
Punctuation is everything.
Yes. And there's just a lot of trickery with it. Like, I don't condone people going out getting drunk and driving and all that. I'm not saying that, but there's just so much trickery in it, you know.
Well, I mean, the best way to do it, if you think that you're sober enough to drive when they come up, just say, and they say, "We want you to take a sobriety test," just say, "I'll blow," because I've done that when I was tired. And the cop was like, "Yeah, I think you're drunk." I was like, "I'm not. So give me the breathalyzer and we'll be done with this." And he got mad and he's like, just go home. Just go home. Because he knew I was going to beat it.
When I was in college, I bought a condo, and it was in a stretch of road that was the most DUI trafficked road per capita in America at the time. And obviously I knew better driving at night. I worked a nighttime job to do anything wrong on that road. Not even 31 and a 30. Not even driving with one hand on the steering wheel, you know? And it never failed. They would do roadside safety checks, right?
Yeah.
And it was a DUI checkpoint. Every time I would pull in there, I would end up, "Can you step out of the car?" It's like, "Look, this is like the third time this month you've done that. You know I'm coming home every night from work, and I'm not intoxicated." You know, it's like, what demographic, what box are you checking off by doing that? So I got smart one night, pulled up to it, and the guy's just like, "How much have you had to drink tonight?" And I said, "Same as last time." And he looked at me, and he's like, "Step out of the car." And he goes, "Do you want to blow?" And I said, and I was at that point, John, you know, I grew up in law enforcement, apparently you're supposed to be respectful. I said, "I don't want to do anything. I would like to speak to a lawyer or your boss." And it was so hilarious because this other cop comes over and goes, "Yeah, he keeps on going through this and doing the same thing." After that, I didn't have a problem. It was just like they were, in my opinion, I had asked my dad, I'm like, "Why were they always picking me?" He's like, "Well, they're always trying to get so many people." and how many people. And they probably at that point knew that this was just going to be an easy one. Just get the cars through, and they're done. It was just a joke, but man, I'm telling you what, that was the most ticketed stretch per capita in America, and I am not kidding you. You could drive through there at 11 o'clock at night, between 11 and 1 a.m. There's probably 4 cars that are pulled over any given stretch in about a mile and a half, all on water.
For that matter, what authority do they have with absolutely no probable cause just to stop all the traffic and shake them down? There's no.
It's a roadside safety check.
I know, but there's no reasonable articulation of suspicion at all. I mean, I think the whole
no, there's not.
Yeah, it's garbage.
Well, they set one up here on 302 or 301 all the time, in between 2 roads where you can't turn off. And I went through one time in my minivan on a Saturday night. He just waved me through. Have a nice day. The next weekend, I came through in my ratty 240. The cop stuck his head in the car and almost kissed me, trying to smell my breath.
Yep.
I've had them do that. I hate that.
So, like...
Hey, next time I'm just going to kiss the cop.
Well, John, I'll put it this way. The city, if you want to call it, has a state university, has a D3 university, has a actually 2 junior colleges, 1 private, 1 public. So it's a college town. And they're not, but the thing is like the people they were busting majority of the time weren't college kids.
Well, I know that, but because there's a university near my house doesn't have anything to do with whether my rights stay intact.
Right.
I mean, that doesn't have anything to do with it.
I got pulled over one night, John, and one of the things that I did was like immediately it like someone talked about the dog thing, and I was literally going to my uncle's house, the guy where the Thunderbird came from. Just got off of work, going home to grab my bags, and I was heading to Cleveland. And I get pulled over, and I'm like, "Why'd you pull me over?" And he's just like, "Well, you're swerving." I'm like, "No, I was going around a curve." And he's just like, "Well, you're speeding." I'm like, "Show me," because like I never speed over this bridge because that's where the police station's at. Easy, So it was just excuse after excuse after excuse, and this gets really creepy, and I'll tell you why in a minute. And he's like, "I want to search your car," and I said, "No, I don't want you to because I have nothing in here, and I need to get my ass to Cleveland. I'm going to go stay with my uncle." They call the dog in, nothing, this, that, and the other, on, and he's pressing me to search it. Long story short, I didn't let him do it. There was nothing in the car, and the guy was being a jerk. However, not too much longer after that, this is absolutely no joke, this police officer gets arrested for some really weird shit, right? And this guy gets arrested, looking in windows, this, that, and the other. Come to find out there was a police officer that had transferred from a big city down here, and he was pulling over females they thought were cute, would get their information, and he was breaking into women's houses and raping them. Now, where I'm going with this is, I didn't put 2 and 2 together. I was driving my girlfriend's car, different license plate, who was registered to, late night. It was beyond, the guy got like 444 years, and I mean, it was just a mess. But it's like, holy crap, that's probably why I got pulled over, because like all of a sudden, car behind me, bam. It was strange, man.
Well, fellas, it's getting late for me. I'm going to head.
Yep.
Yeah, we passed your 4-hour mark, Jeff.
Yeah, I know. I like the Lunars. He says, "I swear to drunk officer, I'm not God."
Yeah, but he's got the good comment. He says he's the No Name Nationals waits for no one. It's 150 days and it's bedtime.
Yep. It is getting bedtime. I do need to. I do. Yeah. Lunar at Lunar's Outlaws Garage. You're going to run that 318 track before you swap in the 440. You guys can talk that one out. But yeah, it's been fun. There's a channel in here. He's kind of new. He's been hashtagging No Name Nationals. I've been talking to him. It's BNR Racing. He's a legit Pontiac guy. I'm just trying to, everybody that's been new in here, I'm trying to call them out so people can, if they haven't heard them, check them out. But yeah, it's gonna be fun. It has been 4 hours and 13 minutes, 4 hours and 14 minutes. So we'll go 2 more minutes to make it right at 11:30. I'm going to give John the last word on any good advice, any bad advice, anything.
Why? Why? On what?
On anything.
On anything? Well, I'll say this. You got 150 days to get your stuff together. And we are all extremely excited about this event. I can't find anybody who's not excited. It's so rare to find anybody who's not excited about being there. And we've got 17 teams now that have made 500 subscribers. Anybody can do it. I think that's added a real element to this. So,
yeah,
you guys who are not getting your subscribers or you're kind of stalled, you should come to our content creator workshops and actually listen and implement the stuff. And you will get there. I've not seen anybody yet who's putting in the work and not going to do it.
Yep, I agree with that. And Kim, I appreciate the positive feedback. I don't do this a whole lot. Just trying to help a brother out with Dr. Art and what he's got going on.
By the way, you're doing great with that, Jeff. You're a really good host.
I like it, and you know, my drawback is I'm busy with other things in life, and I want to schedule stuff out, and things always change. But like, I like Thursday night stuff. Thanks, Shopcat. And Dart Sports has 21 Saturdays left. That really puts things in perspective. But like, yeah.
There's Simon Cochran, the guy who never has anything positive to say ever.
Well,
he stopped by.
I am too. You know, I like the very unique individual, and he's obviously talented. You watch what he's doing, and you know he knows his shit. You know, and for everybody out there, I absolutely appreciate it. Irish Outlaws Garage, thanks for stopping in. I'm gonna try to schedule something once my life gets a little bit more or less hectic, and you know, chasing kids around and all that shit. So with that, guys, I appreciate everyone popping in. Everybody, and I'm going to put some moderators out there, so some of you guys I'm going to contact, and it's going to be a blast. You guys have a great rest of your Monday night, if it's not already Tuesday morning, and if you work tomorrow, don't work too hard, and remember, if you need to use the bathroom in the morning, do it at work, because you'll get paid for it. On that advice, have a great night.
See y'all later.
That pretty well covers it.
Yep.
All right. See you,
Peace
John.
out.
Take care of
We'll see y'all.
The favor.